last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Hey Town Chat Cafe, good to see you. I saw Kelly Holcomb, good to see you too, Kelly, and Little Miss Sharon, Born a Honey. I also saw Adam Forever 21 and Kai Kai. I also saw Ann Reynolds. Ann Reynolds, I'm way ahead of you, girlfriend. I got something in the works for you. But if you want to send me like a couple of special pictures that you would like in there, I will put them in there. And you know, if you want to add some things too, I think we've gotten to know each other pretty well now, so I will absolutely be honored to do that for you, Ann. And then also BMW Coupe. I saw BMW Coupe. I saw you rocking out there, BMW Coupe. And Cece, thank you so much, Cece. That's so sweet of you. Also saw Linda Hall. and Astrology for Mystics with Jen. Good to see you. I'm glad you're still awake. I was going to send you some coffee. And then also I saw Cinderella and Lori, Shadow, and Kelly. And thank you guys so much for all participating in the murder mystery. I wanted to do it, or the little mini one. I want to do it on a larger scale. I think it would be fun. Our chat doesn't get to, huge numbers. So I think it's more of a smaller group that we could have a fun murder mystery night where I could do like smaller prizes or, but last night it was, let's see, we had some really good answers. I'm trying to think of the good answers, but ultimately it was Rob Beanie who won, and I sent her an ebook last night of Crystal McCrory Jones's story written by her sister Jana, and it was in her point of view, right, like the events that happened and how everything went down with Tony Jones. He's the hussy. He's a hussy. And it's so good to see you, Hindsight. And also, Trent, good to see you, Trent. Thank you for being here, guys. Let's see here. I want to make sure I get everybody in here. But it would be, I'll give you a call, and I will. So, yeah, it's very, very interesting to kind of look back at some of these cases. Because a lot of them are really bizarre, and they start out with a person who maybe has a lot of inner turmoil, right? And sometimes it can be from experiences, right? And sometimes it can just be in somebody sometimes. I believe that. And I know it's like a nature versus nurture conversation. We could probably do like a whole live on that. Hey, Seth, good to see you. We could probably do a whole live about that. And because I don't think that anybody's like little babies aren't born maniacal, right? They're not just sitting in their cradle like worried about hurting somebody. Hey, GA64, so it's different, just thinking about how like even somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer would grow up and be that way, right? So twisted and sick. But that's kind of the story that I kind of took from and made it into kind of something fun that we could like find a clue, or it was just like a little mini thing. But I'd like to do it on a larger level, because I think getting our brains working at looking at like a photo like that and knowing what to see is really fun. Just for us to have fun with. It's not serious. We're not crime solving on a all the everyday basis or whatever, but getting our minds to think that way, it doesn't hurt, especially when we're looking at some of this stuff. Because I always think about different cases and how it's one little thing that was missed by the person who committed the crime, right? It's always one little thing, or maybe it's a series of things, but one thing starts another thing to kind of pop off, and then before you know it, you crack the case, right? Because it could be like, I remember watching one documentary, style thing, maybe like on ID or something, Investigation Discovery, and it was like a cigarette butt left at the scene that had the lip print that tied the exact person to the crime scene. And so that's a mistake by the person, right? Because they're not thinking about it. They're smoking away. They throw it on the floor or in the ground, sorry. And then the next thing you know, the police have them, right? Because somebody was smart enough to grab that cigarette butt from the crime scene and be like, hey, we could test this for not only, spit and stuff, because you get spit on the cigarette butt, but you also have a lip print that would match to you specifically. And so does your spit, but interesting stuff. It's always interesting how one little thing can get you caught. And I love how we had Matt Morrison, the sheriff, and Travis Decker's still at large, but I love his angst and his tenacity and the way that he's like, hey, we're gonna find you, so I love that. I'm rooting for him all day. But that's what he said. He said, we have to be perfect one time and you have to be perfect all the time. And I want people to remember that. I want people to remember that. And I think that is, very, very Clint Eastwood of him. Town Chat Cafe says, I can also put something on my channel too for you. I only have one son too, and he has PPMS, primary progressive multiple sclerosis. Oh my goodness. Okay, so he'll be 41 next August. That's so sweet. That is so sweet, Town Chat Cafe. Town Chat Cafe did the awesome job, and I put it on my Facebook page, and it's Sebastian's flyer, but it's green, and it just has all of the information on there. It's really, really nice, Town Chat, and that would be so nice of you to do that for Miss Ann. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get together. I've been so busy getting all this stuff out, and I wanted to do that members only for you guys. I had such a great time just spending time with all of you guys. I'm not sure why, but the whole time the chat just said 0. So, but I knew there were people. I knew there were people in there. Yesterday was a day full of technical difficulties, right? It just was. Hey, Bless, good to see you. And it was just like one thing after another, and I'm like, how am I functioning today with this going on? But we did it. But I was supposed to have a special guest in tonight. I pushed it up. This other person works extremely hard in regular life, like at her job and family, friends, everything. We all have that. But we're both trying to get on the same schedule, and it's difficult. So this time I was like, let's push it up, and I know which, days are available for this person. So, but I just want to make sure that when we present this, it's going to be good, and that it's going to flow. And then also I kind of have collaborations with other people in the mix as well. And I really wanted to be fully prepared with all of the information. And then I'm looking through, taking a break, and I was looking through, and I saw that Chris had posted this 3 a.m. car, and it's really, really interesting, his live. So I wanted to do like half of it tonight and discuss it, so I have like 6 or 8 clips prepared. But it's interesting to see everything that was going on. And, again, look at the cat over here at 10 o'clock, it's like, no, we're still worried about 3 o'clock over here. And no one has explained 3 o'clock when it comes to Chris and Katie on their side, right? Even when we expect a PI that would be investigating, right? Private investigator, hired by someone or doing work pro bono to find out what happened, you would be trying to follow the facts, right? You would be trying to figure out what happened instead of saying, who's this kid? Oh, wait, that's the neighbor that wouldn't talk to me. I mean, it's like, really? Because that's absolutely bonkers. So either way, this is good, because now we have a better understanding. We can go over some of this footage before we get into this, because this is before something happened where there was a light source that came from the house and the same light source went back to the house, right? So this is where my brain is stuck on this. Now, do I like the yellow jacket guy for something weird? Yeah, I do. But I also have to consider that this is the time when this most likely happened, given Sebastian being at the house, actually there, and being the one that took the trash out and all of that. We still don't know that for certain, and we don't know. I mean, every day something new could happen and we can find something new out. So, hey, Runs with Scissors, good to see you. So, that's a good thing. And, hey, Holly S, and we need to consider every little detail, because somewhere we're going to find some mistakes. And I think that we found a lot of mistakes already. Whoever was involved in this didn't think about the fact that Sebastian's shoes weren't going to be missing, right? All of his shoes were going to be accounted for. They weren't expecting anyone to maybe see these flashlights. I believe that there were jammers in the area, and I also believe that there were burner phones used, different phone numbers, that sort of thing. We're going to get into some of that too. So, it's something that I think is just in its own timing, but we're working on it. Oh my gosh, hindsight, I love that cat too. I love those big Maine Coons are so pretty. Like, I'll just go over there and look at pictures of them because they're so beautiful. One of them is like all white, but then he's got some gray and he looks like a freaking wizard. I'm like, man, he's so cool. Yeah, busy, right? We're always busy. And, like I said before, and I found it in the little short, I was looking for it. But it's like hell, but, watching yourself back, it's like, oh, but, I found it. And I do believe that a lot of us are still working really hard to, try to figure out what this is, especially when we have like this other nonsense coming out, right? So we're just like, okay, that's a cat, and the little boy picks the cat up. We're gonna see that tonight, because it is difficult to see. And then, we're gonna go into what we should really be looking at is this car, and it's this one that's right up on the screen. Sorry, I think it's on the side. I always forget it's flip-flopped. But either way, it's a silver gray. I guess it just kind of depends on what color you'd like to say, but either way, it is some sort of a sedan, and it cruises up the street. We're gonna watch it, and then it comes back down just as we were thinking. And there's some really good tidbits in here that Chris actually brings in. I mean, yeah, runs with scissors. And I mean, gosh, everybody needs him to be back. I listened to an older podcast, and Seth was talking about how Sebastian was always ask the school resource officer how many tickets he would write out. And that's like my favorite story ever of Sebastian. That one, and when he was little and we saw the video. So not a story, but just, seeing him with the other little kids and interacting. He's just such a sweetheart. And yeah, those are my favorite stories, but it's just really, it's really heartbreaking, because I can just imagine like the school, like knowing that somebody, even the resource officer, just knowing that one of the kids would come up and talk to you every day and then they're missing. That has to be so awful. Like, and I mean, that's why I wasn't too hard on Bobby when she made the statement about the flyers, because I was like, well, I'm sure it's just so painful for people to deal with. Some people will want to look and dig further. Other people will want to turn away and they won't want to look at what's really, really ugly and horrible. And, I don't fault people either way for that. Town Chat Cafe says, maybe you could set up a StreamYard on a channel so I could get it officially started. I will email you and Ann Reynolds. I'll work with Lady Freedom, too. Okay. Yeah. Let me know. I mean, I'm always willing to help people out. Look, it's hard navigating through, especially if you don't know what you're doing, on here, because, once you do, it's a lot easier. You get used to it. But at first it's like, how do I do that? And where's this button? I was looking all over for that other button. Hey, Bernie Allen, good to see you. Aw, thank you. Thanks, Runs with Scissors. That's sweet of you. Why was there a bolo for that car? I don't know why there was no bolo for the car. Adam Forever 21. I don't know. It's ridiculous. Because at some point I would think that maybe we could catch a license plate, but I don't know, because of the placement of this camera that we're looking at now, you wouldn't be able to see it because it's a side view. So even when it gets far enough away to see it, it's kind of going to be not a side view, but the angle isn't going to be right for us to be able to zoom in to look at the license plate, I don't think. Now, there's a lot of lights in the neighborhood. Some of them are motion censored. Some of them just run. Like, you can see the ones that are in the background here, and there's going to be more than you can make out. but especially when the flashlight's coming in and, you know, you could see the flashlight kind of zooming around, sometimes that does trip off those motion sensor lights. So again, everything in the neighborhood is interesting to me. Same thing with the Texas Roadhouse footage. And also, Chris said that he was going to be looking into the Texas Roadhouse footage, but he said that he's looking more so toward the green hoodie than anybody. And so I was like, ooh, that's interesting. You know, I was glad he said that, because I thought that's, you know, because obviously I'm interested in both of the people that were there in question when it comes to just, they didn't get food, they used the bathroom, just weird, lingering around, both had interactions with Katie, right? Those are the reasons. It's not that I don't like these people. It's not that I wish harm for these people. It's not that anything. I want to know why they were interacting with Katie. Why were they hanging out, and then why did they interact with Katie? That's all. And then I also want to see, the sweater from the night that you were wearing it, and your jacket, your shoes. No, I'm just kidding. That's terrible, isn't it? Like, because I'm not the police. I don't have the right, but I'm just saying I would like to see it, because otherwise it's hard to believe. Kiki says, wish we had a cam footage for the front door at the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, like in that little area, right? Like the foyer, right before you go in. Now, when Mr. and Mrs. E were there, they showed us kind of what it looks like, right? Because there's also like a room to the side where you would wait, like say it's like super busy. That place it stays busy. I don't care where it's, I've seen them all over the place. They're always busy. There's one right down the road, as a matter of fact. And I've gone there, 8:30 at night, and it's packed, the parking lot. So either way, there's this room where you can kind of sit and wait on the table, right? It's separate from the kind of restaurant, but then, it opens up, and then there's a hostess station, from my understanding. And then, of course, you have the booths and all the seating that are in there. So fenced off, another thing too, fenced off area. So shout out to Mr. and Mrs. E, because they showed us that, and that gave us a lot of perspective as to, that there's not going to be all these vagrants walking around, panhandlers, whatever you want to call. And, they're people that are down on their luck. I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm saying that in the nicer areas, they do that in order to deter people from coming around and doing that, right? Panhandling and stuff. Kiki says, wish we had a cam. Oh, sorry. I already read that one. Sorry, Kiki. I thought I popped it off the screen. You know what, Anne? I might, but you know what? I might have erased. See, I have to really erase a bunch of stuff out of my phone if I'm doing a lot of videos, because otherwise I can't save them. And then these latest videos that I've been doing, so I did get rid of some of my text messages. So you might have to resend them. But yeah, because even with these latest, when I'm working with the photos, I try to save them in the highest resolution that I possibly can, because every time that you modify a photo, or if you resend it to someone, so say I take a screenshot of this like this, and then I send it over to my friend, and then they take a screenshot of that, and then they send it over to their friend, every time it is lessening the integrity of the actual photo where it started, right? And that's what's really difficult, because I've been also trying to get the best footage raw for me to work with, right? I don't want to work with someone's footage necessarily that I don't know what all they've done to it for sure, because somebody can say, oh, Lady Freedom, I've only done this and that, and I could take their word for it, or I could stick my head up the, butcher's ass or whatever. That Tommy Boy reference, for those of you who are going to be like, what? Fruit Fly says that cat looks like a Maine Coon. It is a Maine Coon, Fruit Fly. It is. Nice to see you. But yeah, so it's you can't believe everything everybody says. Hey, Nisi Marie, good to see you. That's so sweet. we're not giving up. We will not give up. There's too much stuff going on. It's hot. It's hot. You know, Django, he's not giving up either. He's always excited when we're out here talking. GA64 says the cat on the screen is channeling my feelings about fish sticks and all the distractions. GA64, that's so cute. Yeah, he's funny, right? Like he's like this little fish. He's thinking about eating a fish. And then that one over there, I don't know what happened to that poor fish, but yeah, he's toast. I mean, he can't deny the fact that he's telling us to look at something that, basically it's the neighbor's son, to my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge, right? Without knowing, I don't know the kid. I've never seen him before in my life, but I've come to the understanding that that's who it is, and that, allegedly, because again, I don't know for sure, but SF is basically stating that he believes that this kid is crouching around in the neighborhood, that he's lying in wait, that he's doing something nefarious when he's literally looking around with a flashlight, for his cat. And so I think, that cat, I found that picture. That cat just looks so mad. It's so cute, though. He's so cute. Yeah, I believe they did have more than one phone, Jen. I do. I believe that too. Yeah, because and also in Hindsight's video, she was showing us how in the Texas Roadhouse it appears that Katie is, kind of messing around with a bunch of different phones. And again, people were saying, hey, Lady Freedom, there, Katie's got another phone, and I'm like, no, she's just like, wiping her napkin, or you know what I mean? And I didn't see it at first either. And then they're like, no, she did. And so I look again. I said, okay, let me look. And sure enough, it does look like she's got other devices going, And then I was like, well, where's her purse? Because I carry a purse. So some people don't. And then some people have like a little wallet. I also have like a little wallet that I could stick my phone in, and then it's got credit card holders and everything. So you can even fit some cash in there if you need to. And it's about like, this big, the size of a cell phone. It's small. And I could carry that if I don't want to carry it like an actual purse. But, I mean, I didn't see anything like that. It was weird. Katie had everything in her pockets, is what it appeared to be. It's just everything in her pockets, which I don't know. I don't like to carry stuff around loose like that because I feel like I'm going to lose it. Like it might slide out of my pocket, or I don't know. They weren't counting on us at all. Runs with scissors. It's funny because Chris and Katie have said that several times, and I don't know if it's like, if it kind of pops out, or what they really mean by it, or if it's what I think it is. But she'll say things like I never imagined that this would ever happen, right? I've never dreamed that this would be a reality. She says things like that, which I don't know if she's referring to Sebastian being missing, because the only reason I say that, I'm not trying to be like mean and hateful towards her or even overly suspicious, but it's like if her actions were matching up with what she's saying there, then I would think that, yeah, she's like, I can't believe this would happen. I don't know where to look for him. I've looked for him everywhere. I've thought of everything, but she hasn't been doing that. We talked about a little bit last night about, vacations and just kind of going about your business. And again, I don't necessarily fault them when they have a child that lives out of state. They're coming to visit, right? I also said that, maybe it's better for Faith not to have to be in the house, be someplace fun for her. But I also stated that if it was me, my heart would be out there, it wouldn't be. And every time I would see something that my kid liked, because you are in a family-friendly, kid-friendly atmosphere at Disney. I mean, hell, some of us, fondly remember Disney ourselves being even older. I couldn't do it. It would break my heart. It would break my heart. Everything. I would be not so fun to be around. Town Chat Cafe says, I have a spiral notebook just for Sebastian to take notes. I work on this every evening. Town Chat, that's so great. Yeah, I do the same thing. I mean, I keep a notebook. It's I don't want you guys to see my horrible handwriting, or my doodling. I doodle all over the place. Especially, you know, if I'm talking, most of the time I do. I try to look at you guys or the chat. So that's good. I mean, you know, and that's why I think it's like really important. So anytime people are like, hey, would you like to collaborate or, you know, put our heads together, I take a gamble because I'm like, sure, I'll throw those dice. You know, why not? Because I think the more that we do that together collectively, the more we can piece things together, right? Because it's like, you know, if somebody's just over there hoarding all the research, you know, like, what the hell? Let me look at some of it, you know. That's terrible. Not that people do that. I'm just saying, like, if it's not helpful if that's the case. So, it's just not. Thank you, thank you, Lori. Yeah, I always appreciate you guys, the thumbs up, all of that. I really do. That's what I was saying yesterday on the members only. I missed a lot of you guys in there because I was like, oh, this is so much fun, but then I miss everybody, and so I was like, I don't know how many people are even in here, but I love you guys, you know. Nisi says, in my opinion, was there really an Uber driver? I believe so. It's so suspicious that sometime around 3 a.m. I have my thoughts just thinking, no facts, just me thinking out loud. Yeah, no problem. You know, that's what I do too. I do the same thing. And, you know, I do believe that there was an Uber driver. I think there was a couple of people who corroborated that other than Bobby the neighbor. So I do think so. Yeah. And I think didn't Fishy put something out like that? I think he did. But correct me if I'm wrong, because sometimes I can get it mixed up. But I'm pretty sure he put, was it like a blue? It was like a blue. I don't even think it was a sedan. I just think it was like a little car. I'm not good with like make models of things. Like, I mean, certain ones I can tell, but like I'm not going to be able to be like, yeah, that's a Jeep from this year. Like, there's no way. I'd be like, it's the one with, you know, with where the top comes off, you know, like that. It's got lights on the top or something like that, but I won't be able to get technically down with it. Now, this obviously is a sedan. I could tell the difference between sedans, SUVs, you know, that sort of thing. I'm not that bad, but oh, really? Okay, yeah. I need to go watch that one, Kiki. So Bless says, Kiki, True Crime, I caught your Texas Roadhouse podcast on their Wi-Fi disclosures. It was so good. Holy cow, what an eye-opener. Okay, Kiki, do tell more. Tell us. I need to know now. Yeah, so that is, that's interesting to me because in the information age, like we were talking about this yesterday, with the murder mystery, Kiki says, and Bless, I know, right? I didn't know they could get that much info from customers. Yeah, see, I'm gonna have to watch more, or I'm gonna go have to watch it. But I know that like even back we were talking about crimes that would happen like in the 50s, 60s, 70s, even into like the 80s. I think was like the big boom. But I don't know if you guys, you know, are more familiar, let me know. But we were talking about how they really had to rely on just physical evidence and didn't have the digital evidence like we have. Also, it wasn't like there were cameras everywhere, right? Like there might be the cameras down at the bank or something like that. But like now you're on camera everywhere, the grocery store, the gas station, anywhere you go. And so it would be incredibly hard to evade detection. Also, we talked about license plate readers and an older live that I did about just, I mean, they just put out this program, multi-county program to communicate between each other, and they failed to use that in Sebastian's case, in my opinion. Yeah, and the pictures, there were cameras everywhere, Kiki. That's so true. Yeah. Wow. I mean, it's unbelievable to think that they didn't spend more time. I wish they would have. It just doesn't seem like they spent enough time. And they absolutely, unequivocally should have gotten together with anyone who had direct contact with Katie other than Sebastian, right? I mean, because otherwise you're leaving a stone left unturned. And Sheriff Craddock said on multiple occasions, we're leaving no stone left unturned. That's bullshit. You left stones, you haven't picked them up and turned them yet. Go turn them. I mean, GA64 says MC thinks it might be the same car, the 26th and the 27th, maybe the 27th, that did the same thing, was to make it seem a normal occurrence. Okay, we're going to get into that too. I'm sorry, I've been over here jabbering away. Yeah, GA64, absolutely. And I took the ones from that he did with the side by sides, because at first it didn't look to him that it was the same car, but it appears to me it is. It really does. I was surprised at how much it looked like the same vehicle that did the same thing the next day. And wasn't it around the same time? I didn't get to watch. I'm kind of doing a reaction with you guys because I watched a little bit of it last night, and then I started piecing it together for tonight's live after I realized we were going to change directions with this. Shadow says Green Hoodie is sus, hanging around the car like she's waiting for them to come out. Absolutely, especially if she was just going to use the bathroom. And it's all fenced in, right? So where did she come from? She obviously parked in the parking lot just to go use the bathroom at the Texas Roadhouse. But there was a Starbucks right there. So why? Why? It's crazy to me. It's like, and then they're like, oh yeah, believe us, right, Shadow? And no, if you don't believe us, then you guys are haters and you're jerks, and how could you do that to the missing parents? Oh, baloney. Thank you, Kiki. Oh my goodness, girl, I should have made a latte tonight. I'm usually on it with the coffee at night, but but then again, I have been just up, like, not going to bed till late. So Fluffy, Jen. We love Fluffy. You can see, we're going to see Fluffy tonight because everybody's saying, thank you so much, BMW Coupe. Thank you so much. Oh, and yes, this is another thing about links. Hold on a second. Hold on. You guys reminded me about links. And I got to remember to do this more often because I forget. Sorry, guys. Hold on. I gotta pop back in here. Otherwise, I'll lose you guys. Okay, for crying out loud. I'm just going to play this clip while I do it. Sorry, guys. I just reminded you. Thank you guys so much for dropping those links. I just wanted to make sure I dropped one. Okay, so here we go. So this is Mob Crew, right? Credit to Mob Crew. Chris does an amazing job. He has some footage. He's going to break down some of this cat fiasco that SF wants us to look at. But really what we need to be looking at is that 3 a.m. card. So here we go.
As most of you guys know, Fish Sticks did put out a video last week. I think it was a week ago today. I can't remember. It was towards the weekend of last week. I can't remember, but it's around a week. And of course, he put this out. This is just after, I put a video out saying, there's a lot of stuff he, kind of didn't explain, like the, telling the news outlet that there was 2 people in a video when there was just one, and he still has not addressed that to this day.
On the 25th.
And I called him
this
out
camera
on it.
is
Again, if you're going to lie or try to deceive us, you're going to get called out for it, right? And then, then he doubles down. He puts out a long, message. We've gone over it. And then doubles down and says, yeah, here, look, here's the neighbor, acting suspicious. And then, of course,
pointed towards the northeast of Kellen Avenue.
We take a look at this video here, which is on June 20, or June, I'm sorry, working multiple cases, on February 25th, so the night that Sebastian goes missing. It's a little after 10 p.m., so remember, he would technically just be, he went to bed allegedly at 9 p.m., and then remember about an hour later, according to KK, she hears a thud, so technically he should still be in his room. And then if you look at the front room, the way it's set up, you can see basically the front door. So if she's on the couch until, basically midnight, I don't see how Sebastian's going to get out and come play flashlight tag until well after midnight, right?
Also remember, Katie claims
so a little weird. Anyway, so long story short, of course, we dissected the video, and of course, it's just a cat. The neighbor was just going out to look for the cat, and I just wanted to address this. I know we've done it before, but I just wanted to give some updates to it. But, people are saying, what's wrong with you? There's a damn cat. And then so he says, did you find the cat? ? Can you name one thing Mob Crew has done to help law enforcement? Because they, and I appreciate everybody sticking up for me. But anyway, he sidetracks on that. But then he has the nerve to say, honestly, I haven't watched any of the replay videos. I've been on a search, which is true. But then he has the nerve to say that the neighbor's son wasn't calling out to a cat. Their surveillance has audio. But if you saw my live last time, so, of course, since I have the same footage he does, not all the same footage, but at least from this home, and since I've reviewed the shit out of it, because that's what you do when you take a case seriously. And one thing you'll notice right off the bat is this particular camera, because they have they have multiple cameras, but the main two, they have one kind of looking, down Killen more southwest, and then they have one that's more kind of northwest. And that camera, which is the one that we see the neighbor's son, that one, they both have audio, but the audio on the right one, the north one, we'll just say, it's not very good. It's almost terrible. I have to actually enhance the audio just to get anything. And so he has the nerve to say, well, he wasn't calling out the cat. The surveillance has audio, which technically is true. But if you had actually studied your stuff, you would have known that audio is actually crap. Here's where I played the audio. So here's the audio of the bus. And that's cranked up. You can hear the distortion in the audio. That's why I played this. So you can hear the audio in that. That's the, I call southwest camera. And then the northwest camera, there's almost nothing. Even if he was calling out for the cat, you wouldn't have heard it. 2, he wasn't calling out for the cat because it's, nearly 10:30 p.m. on a Sunday night. And yeah. And really, he's just, obviously, it doesn't take him long to find the cat, so there's no reason for him to really start yelling out for the cat, because shortly after he looks in a couple of bushes, I'm sure the cat, probably just as any cat owner would know, once he comes outside, that cat has already probably run into him. And unfortunately, we see, of course, the cat come to his owner, and then he brings him in. So anyway, here's me kind of highlighting the cat. The cat's in the yard. I've kind of gone over this, but I just wanted to recap this one last time. But the cat actually gets picked up. You can actually see it as he bends down right here, you can actually see the mass of the cat. Now we'll be moving on. I just wanted to address this because I was kind of keeping an eye on SF to see if he had responded, because
so he was thank you, Kiki. Oh my goodness. So he's going to respond to SF. You know, SF, I don't understand why they're such jerks. Like, why can't you let other people just have their opinions, right? But then again, I think about it and I'm like, he's spouting off facts and they're mad about it, right? So, but side note, quit being so damn rude. Like, it just fuels back and forth. Hey, Sasha, good to see you too. Sasha, I saw you come in, girlfriend. I'm looking for... I do this quite frequently. If you ever get blocked in here and you didn't do anything, please know that I probably hit something, because I have to hit, because these nails, you know, sometimes I hit buttons I'm not supposed to. But hold on one second, please. Because I heard my good friend Detroit is, what the heck? All these list of haters in here. 38 more. Jesus, please. Oh my gosh, Detroit. Hold on, I found you, girl. I love when I block my own mods. That's fantastic. Alright, hold on a second. Let me reach back. See, I can barely, and they make it so damn small. I'm going to be pulling a Julie over here. Alright, hold on. Okay, Detroit, please. Please let me know if that helped. Oh my God. Yep, I saw you. And I bet you I hit it with my finger. Hey, Robini. Hey, did you get your ebook that I sent you last night? Hey, Magic Star. I gotta know if you got it. Wrong emoji. What did you send? You sweating? That's funny. SF. Yeah, you're insinuating. Yeah, well, exactly. And why not work together against, you know, and then why tell us, look at this video, and then, you know, or look at this person, when really we should be looking at this person right here in this sedan, because they're in the neighborhood. And I wonder if that is the reason why they did that, to come back the next day. Hey, Bill Barbone. I blocked Detroit, but not Bill. No, I'm just kidding. I love how Mob Crew debunks the crap out of SF. Me too, Kiki. I couldn't, you know, do it as good, because he has so much better technology and more experience. So I'm like, absolutely, every single time I'm like, yes, because, and yes, guys, if you guys want to help Seth out, that is his Cash App. I keep meaning to drop it in the chat, and it's like, I'm just a mess up here sometimes. Hey, Brenda Calvert, good to see you. Mob rocks. He sure does. He's so awesome. And like I said, it just like makes me angry. Like, it does fuel the fire, right? Because he's just trying to help. Like, he's trying. So even if like he gets something terribly wrong, not that I'm saying that he does, I'm just saying that if he did, like, at least he's trying. He's doing more than anybody else is at that point, right? Like, again, if you're not the one in the arena, sit down. If you're just watching someone else work and working really hard, then, you know, and you're just sitting back and laughing and saying, oh, what a fool. Like, you're the one that's really foolish, in my opinion. Yes, Magic Star. That's hilarious. Bill Barbone is like our local hottie, right? Look out, Deception Detective. We got a new man in town. It's Bill Barbone. He's he's awesome and sweet. Sasha. Yeah, he is. And that's why I'm like, why are you what? Because of what? Because he's helping? Like, oh, anybody that helps, oh, if you're not with us, you're against us. Anybody that doesn't, echo everything that they say, like, yeah, sure, this was, this kid, go after him. He needs to be interrogated. Oh yeah, okay. Try again. Brenda says, I don't know how SF has done in this case isn't considered obstruction of justice. Well, I think what he's done in this case could be looked at as such. Yeah, because I mean, he's a private investigator and I don't know the laws, I will say that. But at the very least, it's an asshole thing to do. I mean, because he's a private investigator, he's going to news outlets and he's pushing this, footage that doesn't mean anything at all, and he's like, oh, look, and there's nothing, and then he's pulling this out of his ass, and instead of and then saying that we're stupid for looking at the 3 a.m. flashlight video, because I mean, it's very clear that I didn't say it. It is very clear that we're being duped. I mean, like, it's crazy. And especially when we just saw the cat go back up to the child. It's like, sorry, I'm not going to believe it. Yeah. Thank you, Kiki. Thank you so much. Lori, I always do that. I do that. And I dropped the stupid link for, the dang, StreamYard. Like, if somebody wants to, join if you join through that link, then I'll get like $5 or something off my bill, which would be fantastic. But I also don't want to drop it all the time. Yeah. Well, and it's Nisi, that's so true. Nisi says, when I get my cats and they stay close by, when I go out, I go get them and don't have to call their names. Yeah. And I mean, it's later at night. And I was kind of saying the same thing too. It's 10:17. I know the first time I read that wrong because I was looking at the wrong numbers, and they're so little, and I'm like, oh, like a little mole over here. But it's 10:17 p.m. on February 25th, 2024. And you're not going to be yelling at that hour on a Sunday. It's an older kid. Now, you might have somebody who is rude in their life in general and ignorant, and they might go out there and say, hey, Fluffy, and they're rude and obnoxious and people are trying to sleep. But this child, in my opinion, this is a child, high schooler, it has the wherewithal not to be doing that in the middle of the night in the neighborhood. And so they're not going to be screaming and hollering for the cat. And it wasn't very long after he went to go look for the cat that he spotted the cat with the flashlight, and the cat came up, and so again, it's just like so unbelievable, Magic Star, mine gets like that too. Hey, Mama Bear, good to see you. I'm sorry if I missed you guys coming in. Welcome in, everyone. We got you, Detroit. Yeah, because I probably hit the button the last time. I do that all the time. They put them right underneath, so it's like when you go to take it off, just like whenever I go to post a comment, the send button is right next to the end button, which means I could just end my live if I post a comment in the chat. It's a pain in the butt. And then today, when I logged in to put the thumbnail up and to start loading in the clips, it was like, oh, by the way, we changed the interface, or something changed again. And I'm like, if you change one more thing on me, GA64, they make it like this. It's so tiny. And then if you zoom in on it, like, you might click off people, then I'll be like inviting the trolls back in. Oh, look, she unblocked me. Oh my gosh, it's a hot mess. I don't know. They make it crazy on here, They make it crazy on here. YouTube does not make anything easy, and neither does StreamYard. I'll tell you what. Yes, Lori. It is. It's always an accident, especially if you guys know, Um, Detroit says, I love when the star flirts with me. That's funny. That woman is a wackadoodle. Tia Nurse. I feel like a wackadoodle sometimes myself up here. Tia Nurse says something this dude is working with. Oh, they think he's working with the FBI, really? And was sent to spy on Chris and Katie and is playing along. Well, I respect that theory. I disagree. I'm not going to lie. I thought it was, though. Well, I mean, I will say this, Tia Nurse. I thought that about some of the hate channels at first, or, you know, maybe I should call them that. Some of the Krama, well, that's what they like to be said Krama channels. They, you know, I thought maybe we're asking them questions and seeing if they could get information too. But then I realized I just don't think so. Now, SF, I mean, it's weird because he has worked a lot of cases, and then, you know, he has been on like different, I mean, I think he was on Court TV before. I know he's been on Nancy Grace. It's just weird to me that somebody like that would do something again like that. I never really thought of it like that from his perspective, though. Maybe that he was, I mean, because he is putting out some weird stuff that's like incriminating, and it's kind of, it's really obvious even to somebody who maybe has no idea about like true crime and stuff. If you were just to say, hey, here's the story, and you were to give the person which one do you think is more important, the 3 a.m. car being in the neighborhood or a boy looking for his cat, then I think most people would be like, yeah, the 3 a.m. car. Because how did Sebastian leave? How did he get out of the neighborhood? He didn't walk out of the neighborhood, or he would have been on camera somewhere. Somebody would have been happy to turn that information over, I think. And especially when it's Chris and Katie and they're being blamed for something happening right in their care. If they saw Sebastian walking down the street, they'd say, see, we told you he did walk out. I think, right? I mean, if they were smart, which I don't think they're dumb. But what else did I write down? Oh, it's a bit late for flashlight tag out, also at 10:17 p.m. in my opinion. You know, it's late on a school night for high schoolers, and I don't think they were out really late doing that. I could be wrong. Chris from Mob circled the cat, so we got that. Check that box off. Cat is dismissed, in my opinion. DOA, as I put on there. So unalived on arrival for that theory, I think, because honestly, again, like I said, it's not mysterious if he picks up the cat, and you know that was the reason for him being out there. And then of course, you know, I love that Chris was like, hey, if you lie and deceive us, we're going to call you out on it, right? And honestly, that's the right thing to do. You know, if you guys think I'm lying up here, by all means, be like, you know, tell me or say, I don't think that's true or something like that. But, yeah, I would have to say that he deserves to be called out for lying and trying to be like, hey, look at this. And then, you know, don't look over here. Ron Beanie says anything is possible, and us thinking on it at least shows we're open to the ideas, right? Yeah, I mean, I never really thought of it like that before, because he has been on a lot of different searches, and you know, like I guess the best way would be seasoned. You know, he is seasoned, like Chris was saying. Show poodles. That was too funny. I'm telling you, it's so small. It's so small. And I would always giggle when she would do that. Like, she would be looking really hard down at it and stuff. And I'm like, that's how I feel, because you can't help it. You're like trying to get too close to it. Before you know it, it's like your eyes are crossed, you know, because you just can't see. Hey, C-Star, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see here. Maybe just call Mrs. Bone. Detroit Rock City's bad to the bone. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and play this next one. Bill Barb. That's hilarious. You guys got me laughing over here, giggling. Oh, it's just too funny. And then also this ridiculous video is hilarious to me. And Chris is so funny. He's so funny when he does these debunking fish sticks. It's my favorite. Trent. Trent is a real chat hottie. That's hilarious. We got our guys in here. You know what I mean? We have to. That's hilarious hindsight. Oh man, you guys. See, anytime I go to play another clip, I go scrolling down. I go scrolling down, and you guys are just making me laugh. Rob Beanie with the bones. You guys are too funny. Hey, Mama Davis. I feel that about the drama channels getting info for the reward. Well, oh yeah. See, I never thought about the reward. I never did think about that. But I mean, even at the minimum, they think it's 50,000. So I mean, that's enough for most people to do, you know, some things that they want to do. I mean, 50,000 isn't, you know. But I mean, here's the thing. It's like, I don't know that I would even feel comfortable taking that money, you know, unless it was like, I don't know, or maybe half and donate, like, because I mean, what they do with the FBI funds, from my understanding, is that they take it from like the pool of money that they have, or if they get like a big bust or whatever, and then they put that towards reward money, is my understanding. I could be wrong though. But that, you know, but I would feel like you would be taking it away from like another case that they could have just, you know, rolled it to that case or something. I don't know if that's how it works, but I just would, oh man, I don't know. Now that I know how it works, I don't know that I could feel comfortable taking it. But TN Nurse says, everything is so crazy with this, I wouldn't be surprised about anything. I have had probably 5 or 6 people say that at totally separate times, but I just don't see it. Yeah, I mean, no, I get what you're saying. Like, it is kind of, especially because he's so adamant and so like rude and hateful. Like I said, because you don't have to be that way. Like, even if you just don't agree with somebody, you don't have to like constantly be mad at them or like, did you hear what they said? You know, but like, there's got to be a reason why he's so bothered, like about digging into this particular Lights video, because he's not worried. Let me just put it this way, and you made me think of this, TN Nurse, so thank you. I'll just put it this way. He's not worried about the Texas Roadhouse video as much. You know, it's like anytime that we're messing with that, he wasn't coming after me because of the, he wasn't coming after me over this one. Let me find it. Hold on. Oh yeah, I did a background. Like, this didn't bother him at all. He's like, yeah, Lady Freedom, go ahead and think that guy has Sebastian on his phone. He did not care. He did not harass and, you know, send his friends after me on that one. But he did send his friends after me for this one. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even do as good of a job as the other girl did. my photos on the left. Oh my gosh. I know I'm a little smart ass sometimes. I'm a real asshole when I want to be, but you know what? It's like he wasn't worried about it. Wasn't worried about the Texas Roadhouse, you know, yellow jacket at all. I still am, you know, and maybe I'm wrong, but Green Hoodie too is on the list. But yeah, I'd love to see. I would like Mob to analyze the footage. You know, it's so interesting. Let me go ahead and play this next clip, guys, because if I look at that chat, I know I'm going to be right in there with you guys.
The last thing he says is this quote right here. Someone says, you know, again, they're saying, hey, look at the damn footage. It's a cat. And then he has the nerve to say, There are several cats in the neighborhood, which is true. You do see strays and stuff running around. Was he outside watching cats, which is stupid? And then at the end, he actually has the nerve to say, because he wasn't bringing a cat inside, he misspelled in, he put at, but of course, that's exactly what he was doing. So
you make it not that way. I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
So that's how I feel about him, of course. It's just ridiculous that, and it scares me because he has all this footage and he had likely not really done anything about it. It just shows more that he was there to be a PR. We've gone over this, but, and he's sitting on probably some very important footage that, needs to be reviewed, responsibly. But of course, he's just taken certain footage and made it into a joke and trying to throw other people under the bus, especially the neighbor Bobby, because she didn't want to talk to him because she knew he was being dishonest. Some of the latest stuff that we kind of cracked was these 3 images. Fish Sticks had released this image, trying to say, hey, look, here's an image of the neighbors behind the Proud Stink Feet. Sorry, I say Stink Feet for a reason, or Proud Feet. That's just for my protection. I know sometimes I get that comment, not a lot, but a few people try to tell me, no, it's the feet or the foots, but no, it's the Stink Feet. But anyway, getting sidetracked. If you did miss it, and I may do a short video on this as well, but again, he showed this clip, which I thought was kind of odd, and of course he's trying to say, look, there's nothing going on at 3:06 and 51 seconds, 3:07 a.m., but yet we've got a bunch of lights on, including Katie Proudfoot, or KK's light there. And then as I examined more of it, we realized that the other clips that were leaked out, because there was another content creator that had some of the same, footage or screenshots of this, and at least 3 major ones were leaked before that live got suspiciously taken down. Again, if you were all for transparency, it's kind of a little suspicious. But did I skip forward? Anyway, because I know I'm skipping on to the main part. But there's a cat in this one. So there's 3 of them. This one's at 5 a.m. And there is a cat right there. So it probably tells me that all these clips are motion activated clips. If you don't know what I mean, so just real recap, most of these cameras, I think, if not all of them, a lot of them are Ring cameras. This one is, I forget what the AI said. I know the one across the street is a Ring camera, 3rd generation. This one might be a slight upgrade, but it does the same thing. It records 24/7, and then it has what's called the motion activated. So anytime something moves across or light turns on, it will then record those clips, and it saves it into folders depending on if you got the cloud. Everything's, they're all kind of different depending on the service you have. But the concept's the same. And what it sounds like is most people in their neighborhood sent over their 24/7 recordings along with their motion activated ones. But it seems a lot of people kept the motion activated ones on a separate drive, or saved it on their cloud or whatever. And it seems Fishstick had went and collected these. So the reason why I think this is really huge is I don't think this is a clip that he just took from like a 24/7 clip, right? He was going through, 12 hours of footage and decided, okay, I'm going to go stop at 3:06 and 51 seconds, which is such an odd time, and say, okay, I'm going to take a screenshot of this And then I'm going to make a post saying, look, there's nothing fishy going on at 3 a.m. because, we've been talking about 3 a.m. lights. And that was his argument. But now, kind of seeing that timestamp tells me, and with the other leaked screenshots, I think all of these are motion activated events.
Okay, so, kind of breaking down again how the cameras work in the neighborhood. There's first generation, second, third, whatever, the newest ones that kind of come out. And then there's the Nest cameras. Also, that was the one that I was trying to figure out. I couldn't remember what it was, but Nest is another brand name like Ring, a brand that you can use. Brenda, I agree. Brenda said, I still can't get over the news and America's Most Wanted not reporting all the facts, like not mentioning the CPS reports. That still blows my mind how they are reporting on this case. Yeah, Brenda, that is really huge for me. And I don't understand it either. I still don't exactly know what happened there. I mean, because how could you not have watched? I mean, who gave them the 3 a.m. flashlight video that they went over on the show, right? And then failed to put the rest of it in there. They stopped it. It's very strange. The CPS reports, that's really a good point. I don't know if they even knew about that. I don't. But it also blows my mind because these are, big channels that are mainstream that, have been around for ages. And to pull the wool over their eyes is kind of strange, Aw, that's so awesome. Hindsight says Trent has worked with a lot with me on past cases. I'm blessed to have him with Sebastian's Army. Amen. I agree. And the other night, when we were in, I don't think it was the most recent live, but maybe the live before that, I think. But we were talking about the menu at BJ's, and Trent was like spot on, with the menu. Because I was like, wasn't it a colossal pretzel or something? And then he's like, oh, they have a colossal cookie. And I was like, oh, yeah. So absolutely, like, great attention to detail, because I was like, I had looked at that with someone a while back. So yeah, we were like, is there even a colossal popcorn? Like, what is that? Because you could be using colossal as a descriptive word, or it could be called that, like, actually on the menu. So yeah, I was really grateful, because I was like, what was that? And then I was like, where did we find it? Because we were both like researching on the phone. And so I was like, I was looking, she was looking, and we were looking around. That was around the time that I was actually trying to find the Texas Roadhouse menus too, because you know how they keep them like in the booth there, and they're in like kind of a little slot, and you just pull them out. And I was looking to see if I could match the photo that Katie and Sebastian were sitting at the table with the menu, and I did. I found it. It's like they have like, it's like a little cow print with like boots and stuff on it. And that, or I think, or stars or something like that, Texas themed. But yeah, and we were looking at that too, to try to see if that was really a Texas Roadhouse photo or if it was a different restaurant. But it turns out it was, allegedly, in my opinion, of course. But I feel like they would find more valuable, but I think, yeah, I know. I understand that too. TN Nurse says, I just feel like they could find more value, but I think on it for about 24 hours after the third or fourth person said it. And I found myself thinking, well, that would explain. yeah. And that's it too. I mean, there's no telling what people are trying to do, especially, I guess their intentions behind, talking to somebody, right? And that's what's kind of hard, because then, you feel like, are you just talking to me to get information? What's the deal here? But in the same way, I always have to remind myself that the Proud Feet did pay him 15 grand. So if they paid him to do something, then he's going to do it. Not to say that after he's not in it to get, in the contract or whatever they have, their agreement is, that he's not going to, write a tell-all book, or who knows, maybe he'll be like, the real, story of the feet or something. I don't know what he'd call it. But you just never know. You never know. But you would always think that a private investigator would be more, at least more precise. I don't know. I don't know. But I like Chris's take on the footage, that it needs to be reviewed more responsibly, because I don't feel like they have done that. It is a labor of love, Trent. It is. It is. Yeah. And I think, they're TN nurse, I wouldn't doubt it, because, I think they're, I think they were going to spill the beans. We kind of talked about this a little bit, but I think they were going to spill the beans on that elevated truth. I think they were, that a couple of them were like this close, and it just didn't happen, because Chris, of course, don't talk about my truck, don't talk about, and all of that. So I think, there's definitely knowledge there, in my opinion, because you don't talk to somebody without understanding more about what their motives are and things like that. It just kind of comes along with, speaking with them candidly, even off the record conversations, you can kind of pick things up. And Sasha says he was a weirdo in the Kylie Rodney case. My opinion, very much a decoy artist. My opinion. I remember him being that way too in that case, Sasha. Absolutely. And didn't he sue people, or was he was like a menace in that case? He wasn't there to help necessarily, in my opinion. It was more to kind of, I don't know. It's kind of attention seeking when you think about it that way. In my opinion. Yeah, 50,000 can pay a maid to clean your toilet at least. Brenda. It can keep your toilet clean for quite a while, actually. For 50 grand. She better clean more than my toilet, Rob Beanie. That's too funny. Yeah, really. I better have a clean, spick and span clean house, right? After that. Oh, Lord. I don't always participate in the chats. I have more recently, though. That's good, though. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing here, Trent. Yeah, I think, just guys in general can bring so much to the table, because, all of us ladies over here, it's, pretty much a hen house. But then again, we're bouncing ideas off, and, sometimes when the guys come in and say, well, as a father, I feel this way, or as a guy, it's so helpful. A new perspective is always helpful, I think. And Mama Davis says, exactly, and so many have worked hard on this case, those really seeking the truth. It's a collaboration of many creators, so give a portion back to FBI and split between the truth channels. Yeah, that would be cool, Mama Davis. Definitely. Yeah. And, the good thing is that I think a lot of people would turn around and use it for good. I do. I really have, that in good faith. But, because if we think about it too, even with the at night, with their reward, that's also for summer, so I would definitely say leave that for summer, because she's still out there. I was also watching in a video earlier, you know, just reminded me that, you know, Harmony Montgomery's still out there. We have not found her, although she has, you know, justice has been served to a certain extent. I just can't believe her father won't just say what he did, to, you know, with her already, because he's going to rot in there anyway. But again, he's holding Harmony, in my opinion, from her mother, you know, and he's like, nope, not going to tell you. Plus, he loves, you know, to mess with the police, and that's what these people like to do. They get off on feeling like they got over on someone else, you know, and it's absolutely sick. Yeah. Rob Beanie, exactly. You can literally see the cat in his arms as he walks inside. But, you know, but that kid, he wanted to get his cat inside to safety so that way he could wait for, you know, an opportunity to, you know, hurt our poor Sebastian. No, I don't think so. No way. Not very good at PR either, Magic Star. I agree. Not good at PR either. And he thinks he is, though. He's, you know, again, I think he likes to get in the mix of things and stir things up. And The Office isn't that far-fetched. Oh my gosh, C-Star, it's so hilarious. It's so hilarious. I love that clip that he puts in there. I'm like, it's great. I'm surprised we haven't started calling SF Toby or Flenderson or something. Mr. Flenderson. And you know, like with what Chris was saying about calling, you know, the Proud Feet out of their names, I understand that, because I know that there is a lot of talk about, you know, don't use my name or get my name out of your mouth or whatever. And then people are like, how come you're, you know, being disrespectful? And it's like, so it's really I don't know. It's just kind of like you're damned if you do or you're damned if you don't. But, you know, either way, when we're talking about the people in the case, if I say Katie, it's more or less because I'm trying to just identify who I'm talking about, right? But, you know, in my opinion, her light was on at 3:07, you know, a.m. And, you know, that's what we were shown by their PI. So they want us to look at that, but of course they don't want us to look at the house. So they were deceptive on that, in my opinion, you know. And, you know, Chris might say, well, it's Mr. Stinkfoot to you, but I'm saying, you know, it stinks of lies. It really does. It reeks. And I don't know what was the other. Okay, so I don't know who had dirty deleted something. I kind of missed that part. So if you guys know, let me know in the chat. You know, yeah, that car's moving for sure, Kiki. Yeah, they all say it's $50,000. Well, you know, the reward for $50,000 is through the FBI. You know, so they might have different stipulations than At Night, but as far as I'm concerned, I mean, there's a reward. You know, you can have different rewards. That's what they kind of don't want. And also, I just feel like it's anything that, you know, I mean, gosh, I could be like, hey, I met with, you know, Mother Teresa the other day. We talked about Sebastian and she's going to, you know, spread the word. And people would be like, oh, I can't believe she met with, you know, Mother Teresa. Who does she think she is? You know, I mean, you're always going to get that. I mean, it's just anything you do to help Sebastian. It seems like, in my opinion, you're going to get BS coming your way, you know? Yeah, exactly. It is ridiculous. If you wanted to help Sebastian, you would just turn it over. Yeah, and I mean, in this case, it's pretty full transparency at this point. after so long, you would think that people would be dying to get some information off of their shoulders, right? It's a heavy burden to carry. And I feel like a lot of people are carrying that. And, and that could be, something that was told to them, whether it's true or not. People like to talk when they have information. Most of the time, it's really difficult for someone to keep it a secret from everybody. I mean, it's not that it doesn't happen, but yeah, exactly. Well, and dogs is up to 500,000, Robini. So it's really like, a large amount of money. And either way, it's for a good cause. And like I said, they also added summer to that, which was absolutely great. Mob does a great job, Kiki. He sure does. Mob's got it going on, Lori. He does. He's the whole package, right? He's so sweet and kind, and So how did he knew about the cat on the camera? He mentioned about the cats before, and SF came into the picture. How he knew about the video? How? CP allegedly. That's a really good question, Nisi Marie, because I don't know how he would have known, and especially with CP mentioning it too before. Well, and then SF's like, well, there's a lot of cats in the neighborhood, and it's like, well, there's a lot of cats in every neighborhood, I mean, cats are kind of a thing. Especially at night, they love to come out and hunt for stuff and whatever, climb in the dumpsters if they live here. Bill says neighbor's son has curly hair, and some okay, neighbor's son has curly hair and the same build as the Texas Roadhouse person between the cars. I don't know, but KP was hanging out with him allegedly, hence the hoodie. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, so I know what you're saying. Yeah. I have seen a picture, and I do remember the red curly hair. I'll have to go back and look at that. See, and I think the Texas Roadhouse footage is so important still. At the very least, it's really important to see the interaction between Katie and Sebastian. I wish I was as tech savvy as him too, Kiki. I do. AMW seemed like a big cover up to me, so C-Star. I think so as well. I mean, it's odd. I would think anybody would think it was odd that the parents didn't want to do it in their house. What parents have you ever heard of in the history of America's Most Wanted? Please feel free, email me, ladyfreedomsrawnarratives@gmail.com. Have you ever witnessed something like that? I'm sure the producers were like, what? Like, whose house is this? Like some random staged house. You could tell it was a random staged house or an Airbnb. Well, see, Robini says, I thought that Bobby's son had brown hair. She's got I think she has 3 sons, if I'm not mistaken. I think the twins and then the older one. Because she had mentioned the oldest one had went to work and then the younger 2 had went out to help find Sebastian. So, but I don't know what, I just saw the curly haired redhead kid who lives allegedly behind them. Town Chat says, speaking of the Camaro, it was too late last night at the end of the show. But what Camaro are you all talking about? The one at the hotel? Yeah, I think it was that one. Yeah. And I don't still fully understand the Camaro stuff because I'm behind. I really am. I need to catch up. Which I will be doing, but I wanted to kind of go full blast on some of this stuff, and I'll take a day off this week sometime. Tian Nurse says, a criminal attorney told me that Sumner County Sheriff's Office better be 100% about Green Hoodie, because after they released that statement, there'd be no way that they could retract it. Oh, they never convinced the jury. Oh, we changed our minds. Yeah, they'd never be able to do that. I agree. That's interesting. Yeah, and thanks for that, TN Nurse. They really some of the major missteps by law enforcement, in my opinion, they did. Well, one major thing was that they didn't keep an open mind in terms of what could have happened to Sebastian. Another thing that I think that another misstep would be the unconscious bias, if it was unconscious or if it was just a bias. Because I'm thinking that now a lot of the stuff would circle back to corruption. So I'd have to, drop the unconscious part and just really understand that they did it on purpose. And that's tough, because I don't want to believe that law enforcement would purposely look the other way or purposely say this is our friend. So, it doesn't matter that there's, a 15-year-old missing, now 16-year-old missing. And his father is just heartbroken and coming down to the station and asking questions and asking for flyers and asking for help. And, the whole 9 yards, So, but I also think that another way that it was mishandled is that they didn't go and interview everybody. And they also tried to make us believe that the 3 a.m. lights were trash trucks. And obviously we know that trash trucks don't have lights that are this far away, even further out of this, screen, right? They don't move around. They don't go into the middle of the, common area, if you will, or, whatever you want to call that, public easement, whatever. They don't do that. And so they really lost us. You know what I mean? They lost the public's trust in the very beginning by lying, So, all right, guys, I'm going to play this next clip for us. Yes, that was us, Star. Yes. I didn't know if you were in here yet. If you were in here still. Yep. Yes, ma'am. We did. Well, because we were like, that's what we were looking at was the menu. And then Trent had sent it over. He had dropped the link. In hindsight, and Mama Marissa and BMW's, their Voices of Truth chat we were in, and they're live. And I was like, was it a colossal pretzel? And he's like, oh no, it was a colossal cookie. And I was like, so there was colossal something, and I don't know, like, still to this day why Katie called the popcorn colossal, because it wasn't, right? Like, we found out, we were both like, oh, it's a colossal pretzel then, right? And yep, yes, we were. Yes, those are late night research. Late night research. And hindsight says, and then the way it was stated was evasive, leaving loopholes for interpretation if need be. Yeah, and that I agree. I agree with that, hindsight, because especially who was it? Oh, it was Mr. and Mrs. E. When they were rereading the Green Hoodie statement, I was like, oh wow, this is crazy, because there were little loopholes in it. So when I originally read it, I'm like, okay, well, they just said it's not Green Hoodie, okay, and I was, yeah, all right. And then the next thing I know, I'm like listening to them read it again, months and months later, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, if you really read what they're saying, they're actually saying this. You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's crazy when that happens, in my opinion, because I'm just sitting there going, oh crap. Back to the drawing board, with that. But I mean, it's a good thing to recognize that and know what to look for, because they haven't been straightforward or honest. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. The infrared light in the on the neighbor's shed. You know, I still don't know what to think about that one, Sasha. I know they had some really good technology, you know. Yeah, it was an old photo, Nisi Marie, that they used, and the TBI put their stamp of approval on it because people were like, well, lady, they really didn't, you know, like nobody came out and said that that was the photo from that night. And I said, but yeah, but the TBI stamped it, and it's a picture from the Texas Roadhouse. It's an old picture, but it's still the Texas Roadhouse. So why would they do that? You know, that's like throwing everything off to begin with, and it seems super corrupt to me that they would do something like that. Why wouldn't they show us the picture of them sitting across from each other? Because we don't care what Katie looks like. There was a perfect, you know, not to be rude, but there was a perfect beeline for Sebastian's face that they could have gotten a picture of him. Katie could have said, this is the one that I snuck up off of him, because she did sneak a picture, in my opinion, a couple of them. It looks like she was snapping away over there. You know, but they did, absolutely. And I did a video on that. I'll have to pull it in, because I was like, no way, don't tell me that they didn't try to pass that one off, because look, it's the same thing. This one is much happier, you know, and Katie looks nicer. She, you know, has her hair straightened up and everything. And, you know, I mean, I have curly hair too, a lot like hers. And, you know, when I straighten it and stuff, it's not all crazy curly, you know. And that night she had her hair pulled back in a ponytail and curly. So, yeah, she looked completely different from one photo to the next, in my opinion. And I don't know why would you take it upon yourself to make it look better than what it is, you know. And it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the optimism t-shirt, you know. It's like, yeah, go ahead and put a shadow over that so you cover up Sebastian's marks on his neck. You know, I mean, the whole case has been covered up. And then again, I have to show this because this really ticks me off. And I didn't catch this one, but I'll tell you, if I looked long enough, I probably would have, because you can't really tell from this far back. You can if you know what you're looking for. Right? But this just looks like Sebastian, his little cute self. He's excited. He's got his technology around him and stuff. Just adorable. But then if you look closer, you can see that someone has tried to blur out something on the back of his neck. And they did such a horrible job of doing it that it goes out onto the light cover. The outlet cover or whatever. And then it's circled because, you know, you could just tell somebody did that. And somebody pointed this out. I'm not even sure who did point it out. But yeah. And I said, I'll be damned, because look, they're trying to make it look like, you know, he didn't have a mark on the back of his neck, which he obviously did if they're going to try to cover something up. You know, don't try to come for me and say, well, you know, what if it's this? No, there's like, you don't fall back on your neck and hurt your neck like that. Like if you do, you're in really bad shape. You probably might not make it. You know, like somebody probably grabbed him in the back of the neck. In my opinion, allegedly, of course. We just can't let that go. Because they're just duping us left and right. Oh, look, we're going to put this in there. We're going to do this. Hey, wait, what? Let's see if they believe it, and we'll laugh. I mean, they're absolute trolls that we're dealing with, you know? Hindsight says the continuing discrepancies are what convolutes the truths. Absolutely. It's hard for everyone to know which is which, unfortunately. I agree, hindsight, and that's the hardest part here, because it does convolute everything. It's just like, you know, taking clear water and muddy, you know, throwing mud in it and a little bit more and a little bit more, and then all of a sudden it's cloudy, and then, I mean, we're down to like, it's damn near quicksand at this point. It's so like thick with crap, you know, and it's anything but crystal clear, Mr. Crispy. And Tia Nurse says, yes, I love when I see men commenting on this case. I've been scrubbing all of the Facebook groups for the very beginning, and I love seeing all the local men commenting and giving their opinions. Yeah, Tia Nurse, because I understand, the demographic is a lot more of us females, but I think there's a lot of guys out there that really do care, and especially if they've had the situation, oh, Mama Davis, poor little Harmony, right? Oh my goodness. And she's just a little doll, and I want her to be found so bad. Wait, what? Says who thinks KK had a babysitter for her to do her thing? I think she may have. That's what's funny. In the Watts case, they interviewed the babysitter, right? And I've been kind of reviewing the Watts case again. I don't know why I'm always so drawn to that case. It's an odd one for me, for some reason, but because it's done and over with, but it still is, I think, is important to look back at. But they interviewed the babysitter, and I wonder that is a good point. I wonder if even I think the Watts' babysitter was a young kid from the neighborhood, so even a young girl from the neighborhood, we do need men's opinions, absolutely. Especially, what was it? In Crystal's case, because I'm not as familiar with the way that maybe a firearm, I could, go to the range and stuff like that, and I'm really good at, being precise. But if I had to take it apart and clean it out and stuff, I'm not interested, right? I'm go ahead and do that or whatever. I'm not one of those chicks that's oh, I know how to do it, you know what I mean? And I'm no, that's all right, I'll just go over here and do this. But I was wondering about the logistics, the ballistics, all of that, how would this work? Why does it look like this? And I did ask some guys that I know, about that, and just said, what about this? Or, can you explain this to me? And somebody actually did a demo too, which helped me understand it more too. Ann Brock says, I was diagnosed with MS in 2022, and in January of this year, I found out that I have osteoporosis. It sucks. I'm so sorry, Ann, to hear that. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, it's one thing after another with that. Well, I'll definitely be saying prayers for you. Gosh. Ooh, birthday cake, Kit Kat. What? Oh, okay, I was Kiki, wait a minute. You didn't tell me it was your birthday. I'm hold up. Wait a minute. Or did you tell me that it was your birthday, but I'm just overly tired or something? Oh, cheesecake and fruit. Hello. That's my jam. Oh, yeah. Aw, thanks, guys, for being so sweet to Anne. Yeah, that's got to be so tough. I'm not a big cake person, but I like cheesecake. I like tiramisu as a cake. I don't know if that's considered a cake, but I like it. Carrot cake is also, but I'm not big on buttercream frosting. That's one of my things that I'm it's so sweet. I don't think I've ever had a birthday Kit Kat though, come to think of it, but I think that would be good because it would be like a vanilla cake, right? Ooh, peach cobbler and ice cream, pumpkin pie and Cool Whip. What? Yeah, see, I like Cool Whip better, or that kind of frosting better. No, it's not my cat, but I'm aspiring to get one of those cats. No, I don't know. The Maine Coons get really big. Like, they're really big cats. But they're so pretty. I just like his face. So I pulled him off the internet. I was like, this guy's... I've used him in a couple thumbnails because I was like, he is a perfect face. That's how I feel. His face is how I feel when I look at these stupid videos SF has put out. I'm like, disgusted. Twist and Turn says, Bill, that's what I made tonight. Cheesecake with cherry pie filling. Oh, that sounds really good. Cherry cheesecake. I haven't had that in a long time, actually, like the cherry pie stuff. Ooh, a Twinkie pie. What? Somebody dirty deleted something, TN Nurse. Okay, so that's what Mob was saying. Like, somebody had put up something, but then they took it down. I'm like, what? What was it, though? I don't know what it was. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Do you have a phone or still image for the video of the white SUV Yellow Coat was driving? I do have a still image. You could also go to Hindsight because she put... That's where I have it from. Was from the video that she did with that still. Let me see if I can't find it for you. I'm trying to think. I think I know where you may be going with that, because wasn't there like a vehicle in the area that kind of looked like it? Aw. Thank you, Bill, or Detroit. Aw, good to see you, Twists and Turns. Sasha says her dad, I think, or married to Sammy's mom, owned a PI business. Sammy's mom. Yeah, I want to do that, GA64. I want to try to slow it down a lot and see what we can do. I know Chris doesn't in the videos here to come. But yeah, GA64 says, I wish we could slow the car clip down so we could determine make and model of the car. I know there are programs that could do that, but they are pricey. I know. Well, that's it too. I mean, law enforcement has to know what kind of car this is. So why didn't they ever put that out onto the Amber Alert? There's still an active Amber Alert for Sebastian, you know? I don't know why they would downplay the reward, Brenda. It's so weird. It is so weird. Like, you should be so grateful. I would be so thankful. Hey, kitty catty. I would be so grateful, right? Just being like, Tony lurking. Just that everybody's giving that type of, love and support. And, again, I just, it's so weird. Hey, Jules, good to see you. Say hello to Gator for us. Give him lovin's for us. You guys working hard. Glad you're here. Mama Davis says, I haven't been called a kid in many years. I'm a grandma. And I just think all of them are kids. I'm like this little kid over here, but I realize that her son is like a teenager, but I just call him a kid because I'm like, he's a kid to me. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just looking through the chat really quick. I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip. I think we have 6 tonight, I think. How many do we have tonight anyway? I was just loading them in tonight. I didn't even realize. Oh, yeah. So there's 8. We have 8 altogether. And we're on 3. But really good stuff. And and what he's going to do is do some side-by-sides. He does a whole bunch of stuff in these clips coming up.
So the question is, what happened at 3:06 and 51 seconds? So anyway, we've gone into that more if you missed the lives earlier this week. I I also broke down because we know the 3 a.m. car, it would have been arriving right near where we've always kind of suspected it would, just off Kellen, just before Stafford. And if they got there at 3 a.m. on the dot, and then you kind of round out all the events going on in the footage. And that's kind of one of the things that I did. I took all the time that we had from the footage, and then we kind of factored in that when the car turns up onto Stafford, it clearly activates the motion light sensor, and we don't see the car actually turn on its lights until the motion sensors come off. So that, an average motion light starts at 2 minutes. Obviously, it can go much longer. So you add in 2 minutes there, 2 minutes with the lights kind of going, and then you add in another 2 minutes for them getting into the car, then the other lights going back. You round it out to about 6 minutes, a little over 6 minutes, and it's just kind of creepy that you have a 3 a.m. car, and then you have a motion event at 3:06 and 51 seconds. Pretty wild. So now let's get into the meat and potatoes, because the whole message, right, is like, hey, look, there's nothing going on. Here's the timestamp, but let me just blur the rest of the damn image, right? There's nothing, and you might as well just say nothing to see here, folks, right? Instead of saying house blurred for privacy, should just be nothing to see here. Anyway, what a joke. So, but yeah, we went over that. Also, I'm going to be honest, I did reach out to Nick Barris. It's kind of a shot in the dark, but I sent him, a very respectful email. I don't know if he'll respond. I sent it probably three or 4 hours ago. I haven't seen a response yet, but of course, I'm sure he's busy. In it, I basically asked if he could tell me how long the footage that he received was, and if it was cut up or not. I told him I don't need to know his thoughts or theories about the case or anything. I just want to know, if possible, could you just tell me, even if it's approximate, how long that footage that he was sent, right? Because let's just say if it's anywhere under 7 minutes, then, well, and especially if it's around, 6 minutes, or if, he got like a 4-minute clip and a 2-minute clip or something, something like that, that would just even more validify that, the timing of everything going on. Could the 3 a.m. car be red? I think I may know where you're going with this, Amber. I don't know if this relates to the, is it a Camaro? I don't think so. At least not the one that we see. It's clearly not red. Now, if there's another 3 a.m. car that just shows up, anything's possible. But we've always heard from, even well before we had the footage, that they thought this was a silver dark car. But again, until we have everything, I can't, rule it out. But yeah, I know what you're saying. About the Crime Time Buzz videos, what you're referring to. Doesn't mean that car couldn't be involved in something else, right? I'm sure this was, a lot of moving parts. So
You make it not that way.
All right, guys.
I hate so much about the things that you choose to be.
Thank you, Chicky. Yeah, if you can, please, if you're just going to join in, please hit that like button. So here we go. We are, again, since Fish Sticks pretty much is, kind of ruin the privacy of the neighbors. Like I said, he is just burning bridges left and right, and just pissing people off. Because again, you know, I've always tried to be respectful, try to zoom stuff in.
So I guess Fishy's making everybody angry in the neighborhood, showing people's houses and whatnot. But, you know, he'll blur his clients out for privacy. We talked about that yesterday a little bit on the members only, because it's really like funny when Chris will complain about being doxxed, but you weren't doxxed. Your stepson went missing from your house, and so your house is the main focus because he went missing from your house. It's not that anybody was trying to target your home or, you know, egg or TP your home or anything like that. What it is because Sebastian went missing from your house, and so that's the point of interest. And, you know, because he was talking about how he wanted to dox all the YouTubers and how would they like it. And it's like, oh, please, you know, because it's important to recognize that Katie said that she went to bed at midnight, right? And Chris wanted that to be crystal clear, right? That Katie went to bed at midnight. Katie was asked, what time did you go to bed? Around midnight. Why was her light on at 3:07 in the morning? If she went to bed at midnight, did you get up to use the bathroom at that hour? Because you're crazy if you expect us to believe that that's not your window with the light on and that he didn't blur that out on purpose and not for privacy. I mean, you're crazy as hell, woman, if you think we're going to believe that. And he's even crazier because he's not directly associated with the case except for being paid $15,000 to lie his ass off, in my opinion. Let's see. Oh, I forgot to go over these events. So as Chris was explaining it, the cameras that picked up all of this footage run 24/7, right? But then there's also these little mini events that happen, and they're motion censored events. So anytime there's movement, the camera is going to pick up on it, and then, you know, it's going to start recording it as an event. So it's a separate event. More easily, so you can go through it. Like on the security cams that I have, it's like it goes to your cell phone and it will alert you when there's an event that happens, right? So it doesn't matter, you know, what it is. If there's motion, it triggers it and it'll start recording from there. And so it's really important to remember and understand how that works. So is the flashlight video, because even Chris had emailed Nick Barris asking him how long the footage he was sent actually was. You know, was it 8 minutes total, 7 minutes? If it's 6 minutes, woohoo, closer, we're getting closer, in my opinion. Because I think narrowing it down to about a 7-minute time frame is, I think that's pretty possible and probable, in my opinion. You know, and they were in and out. It was an in and out job. They weren't trying to linger around there. They weren't messing around. They weren't hanging around the house. I mean, they were already taking a huge chance, especially if you don't want people to look at the house that you live in. Then why would you do this at the house that you live in? You know, you drew attention to yourself. Absolutely. And don't get mad at us for asking questions, you know. Hey, Carla, good to see you. TN Nurse says, I've never been comfy with this photo footage because of the flowers hanging in that flower pot right there. I can even see my pansies alive through a winter here. Maybe they're fake, though. I don't know. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Let me take a look at this. I'm not too comfortable with it either. This is the one, I think this is the close-up shot that I kind of zoomed in on. Yeah, I see the pansies. They are beautiful, like spring ones, aren't they? Good, good point. TN nurse. Wow. Yeah. And those are the little details, right? I mean, just those little details. Um, yeah. And, he doesn't give us any proof except for, oh, and you know what? I don't even think it's on this one, but it's as if they took a text box, like I have when I put SF series DOA, like it's a little text box. I type in what I want. I place the box wherever it needs to be, and then the little box goes away once I click off of it, and you can't see the box anymore, but it's a text box. And the same thing with the 3 a.m. car box, car text that I added here. So that's what he has done. It's not like where you would expect the timestamp for the footage to be. So yeah, I'm not comfortable with that either, TN nurse. Not in the slightest, not in the slightest. And I know Kiki for a fact. I know. It's odd, isn't it? It's like, and also that's what happens when you lose the trust, because we can't. Hey, Faye. Yeah, I hope so too. Faye. I hope he can get some special forensics in the home. Yeah, Carla, exactly. Great catch, TN nurse. Yeah, I mean, it's like, those are the little things, though. I mean, and you have to be so detail oriented looking at these photos, especially when we're like, okay, this is what it's supposed to be, and then here, here's what it really is. Yeah, thinking outside of the box is so important in hindsight. It is. Our family has a birthday or two every month starting in March to November, except July and September. That's a lot of birthdays in between there. It could have been Santa spreading the Christmas cheer. The fake is Jake, Bill Barber. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping it's for the legislation. I thought that's what Faye was referring to, Star. I think. Sorry. Or in February. I don't know why I added 2024. Typically, December is as far as you're going to get with the flowers living around here. Yeah, that's a great point, because it gets really, really cold. I heard it was really, really hot there. Someone was telling me today that it was really, really hot, and I'm like, it's hot here too. I was standing outside putting groceries in the car, and I'm sweating my butt off. I'm like, why am I sweating? I'm not even doing anything. Like, I'm literally standing here. I got sweat in my nose. I'm like, what? No, that is so true though, because those pansies look gorgeous. They look like spring ones to me. Oh boy. And gosh, it's just hard to tell. It's really hard to tell if this is in fact, what we're really seeing here. Let me go ahead. I'm going to play this next clip for us.
But now, since he's basically, there's 4 minutes of the neighbor's yard, I don't see really a point, unless, there was something going on that I would probably want to, blur out to be respectful. But now that, again, you guys have the full view, I'm not going to, I don't think there's any sense of blocking anything. So here we go. Unedited 3 a.m. car. I'm going to show it multiple times, and we're going to look at something very specific about this, because this is very interesting, and it'd be interesting to get your guys' thoughts on this. So I'm going to play it in regular speed, and then I'll play it in slow motion, and then I'll zoom in, because we need to see what's going on in the background. So this is at February 26th. This is at 2:58. This is minutes before, I think, in my opinion, a possible abduction is going to go down. And here is the clip. Again, remember, the audio is on. You'll just notice that there is no audio because unless I enhance the audio, you're not going to be able to hear it. So the car is going to come left to right. It's going to be starting to come here in just a second. Should probably shorten the beginning here. Here it comes. So there is the 3 a.m. car. Silver. This now jumps into a second motion event, which is going to cut now. Now this car does something, and then we will zoom in and look at it, because this is probably more the kind of the highlight of what we're going to focus on in this video. So I do promise you're on the cell phone, this will kind of come together here. But I just wanted to show you guys without it being altered in any way. But then there we go. So there is the car, and as you can see, I have the seconds up here. So from start to finish, it took approximately 43 seconds for it to, it's like 42, 43. It's right in there from basically point A, which I would say the cement wall, from it going up, turning around, and coming back. So 42 seconds. So we'll keep that in mind. Yes, they do. But the last I heard, they're on vacation, or at least was. I don't know. They took Faith to Disney World, which again absolutely makes me disgusted. So here's a zoomed in version of the same car, the 26. And remember, dates matter because we're going to have 3 different dates. Get this. And then again, so this is now slowed down so you guys can see it a little bit better. Should have sped this up a little bit. Here comes the car. So again, a little more zoomed in. You have the timestamp in the top left. But it's what it does in the following cars that are very interesting. Yeah, approximately 42, 43 seconds, kind of right in there. So we are looking at, so let me pause this right here so we can just kind of get on the same page real quick. For anybody that doesn't understand geography of this. So we are seeing from this camera about here, and it is pointed up Killen. It can see Devon Court. Remember, before it was a dead end here. There was just a big dirt mound. So it's really kind of a 4-way stop, or you could go, turn around this cul-de-sac. But again, it's a dead end, right?
Yeah, and in that little kind of that little 4-way, you could really just flip a bitch really easily and turn around on Devon Court from Kellen. So and earlier Chris played the audio. The one side of the camera you can hear the audio really well. On the other side you can't really hear it very well at all. So it really wouldn't matter if the audio was turned all the way up. It's more distorted, if anything. You know, it's basically just kind of like a white noise is what you hear. So when the car went by, there was a first motion censored event, right, when it went up the street, and then the second motion event was when it came back down the street. So two separate motion events is what Chris was kind of working with here. And it is really, really hard to take a screenshot of that moving car because it's going, you know, down the street, not terribly fast, but not, you know, really slow or anything else. It's going, you know, at a pretty normal rate of speed for that street. But if I slow it all the way down, like all the way down, I could probably get a decent photo for us of that car. I just don't know what the angle, like I said, because it's kind of like a straight on angle, and then, you know, the diagonal view would really be where we would be trying to get that tag number. And with that other vehicle being parked on the street, you know, that's just one more thing in the, you know, in our field of view, or yeah, I mean, but I'd have to slow it all the way down to kind of get a better picture of it, to see. I mean, to me, it looks like possibly like an Altima. You know, I don't think it is like a Taurus or anything like that, because Tauruses are like really rounded in the back, and it doesn't really match up like for the headlights, or excuse me, for the tail lights for me. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's really, really hard to tell. Hey, Bubby. Oh yeah, they're probably so pretty too. With the flowers. Oh, I love aloe. I need to get another aloe plant. I had a big one and I had to give it away when I moved. I did not see the Silvers on the Scene one, Bubby. I didn't see that one yet. I mean, I saw the thumbnail and stuff like that, but I didn't get a chance to see it. Oh, okay. They go dormant after so long and bloom in the winter. Okay. What do they call it? Perennial? Is that right? You can tell where our brains have been. Oops. Tia. I must have missed something. Yes, I was waiting for my phone. We had a power outage. Oh, no. All this heat's probably making it hard for the power to keep up. I know even the air conditioning here, our air conditioner, I got a separate one even for the summertime, because I don't want to take any chances. Yeah, I've been side-eyeing them too for a while. Hard, Jules. I mean, it's hard not to with those two. Hey, Kathy Bartholomew, good to see you. Okay, basically it was an Uber that was there at 3 a.m. Like, what a coincidence, in my opinion. Well, I think they've been trying to say that, Bubby, like that this was an Uber, but the Uber came later, like around, I want to say it was more like 5 a.m. I think it was. But yeah, you know, they're just trying to kind of pass this off. And this is the one that I'm really, really interested in, is because, you know, this car going back and forth, right? And then also Chris has some footage of the same kind of car. It looks to me like it's the same car. I mean, I don't know for sure if it is, but it looks to me like it is, you know. Oh yeah. Jules is busy. Gator and Jules are on the clock right now. Oh, that's a good point, Magic Star. Yeah, you can order an Uber under someone else's name too, if a friend is willing to accommodate it, which would make it conceivably harder to associate with the family. Yeah, I mean, I would I would agree there too. Yeah, I mean anybody could order an Uber for you, I would think. Um, because like even when I was bartending and stuff, I would call for people all the time. But I don't know. I think with some of those apps, you kind of have to be like linked up to it. I know what you're saying though, but they could still call on their phone. Yeah. The date on the oh okay. Sorry. Yeah, Mob Crew is awesome. Mob Crew is so awesome. I've never been able to rebloom my orchids. Oh, I did. I know. I got an orchid, and I was gonna have it, here and put it in the show, kind of like over, but I killed it. I felt so bad. It was really pretty. Then I was at the store the other day. I'm like, I don't need another casualty. So I decided, hey KJ Mac, I decided to leave them at the store where they're safe. Because oh boy. Oh yeah, I cleaned for a lady in her 90s that wrote books on orchid care for her house full of them, and learned a lot. They're so pretty. I love them. I know you're not supposed to touch them on the leaves and stuff like that. Um, yeah, Chris just said what a coincidence. Yeah, yeah. Well, and Bubby, I know he's so cocky and arrogant. He's just like, and that's the more that he gets away with it, the more that he's going to be that way, in my opinion. It just seems that way at least. Okay, guys, so I have our next clip here.
And the light that you're seeing is from this home here. Right? So let me just go street view. So again, we are much further back from the camera, but this is the light, and this is also the house where the guy came out to walk his dog. And you'll notice his house light is on, because remember, after he comes out at 12:15, his front porch light comes on. He walks his dog. He goes back in, and that front porch light is on for the rest of the night. So back this up one time. So now you kind of have the info here. So this is the 3 a.m. car. As it goes up. Now I do apologize, even with being on a cell phone, I do zoom in as much as I can, but it will be a little bit. So here we're looking at that house, right? So this is kind of Devon Court right here, right? And that's this house right here. So, we are kind of, more like this, but even probably further back than that. So we're looking at this, right? And this house is on, right? We just saw a car go up. So that light's on. So what do we see happen? So we start to see headlights, right? Which means that car is now turning onto Devon Court. It is now turning west. And you're going to see something here in just a minute. You see it went really fast. But you see the brake lights? Sorry. Oops, backed it up a little too much. I do this again because we're going to put this all together, because this is very interesting. To the TV. Again, I apologize. So just keep in mind, you're going to see this. You'll see headlights, and then you're going to see some tail lights go real fast. I slow it down again when I do a comparison, but right there, headlights, and boom. And you can actually see the tail lights right there. Now this car does something interesting. Okay, there's still the tail lights. Then moments later, and I mean moments. It is hard, but you're going to see a shadow go whoop. right here. There's a shadow. Again, I apologize if you're on a cell phone. And to me, it's kind of basically doing a 3-point turn, right? Now we see the headlights as the car is now kind of starting to turn towards us, right? So we start to see headlights here, and then we can see the lights here. And then here is the car now coming back down the road. Oh, Lisa, you are the best, Mob Crew. Stay true to Sebastian Rogers, as always. God bless you guys. No, I think, in my opinion, Jazz, what they did is they turned onto Devin, because you're, and we'll put this all together. Is what they did is they turned down Devin, and then backed up. And then just kind of... So it's basically a 3-point turn. But I think they're kind of going a little faster. But you can see the brake lights. And then you see this black shadow almost immediately come right back. And then the lights and everything. And again, we're going to watch 2 other cars do the same thing. But there's going to be a difference.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, you can totally see how the car went all the way up, flipped around, and then came back up again. And I mean, it's as clear as day. And so just to kind of break it down, so Fishy wants us to believe that there was this event that's very important, and someone was lying in wait for Sebastian, but they were really looking for a cat, and it was a kid from the neighborhood. But before this, he wanted us to believe that there was some weird guy in the neighborhood at 12:15 a.m., right? Which would put us into the 26th. That was just walking their dog, right? Just regular guy walking his dog. But he doesn't want us to look at this video where there's a car that comes into the neighborhood, turns around, goes right to Sebastian Street, sits at the end of, at the beginning of his street, and sits there and then leaves the neighborhood. That is not important to him at all. But what is important to him is giving us these 2 other BS events that happened that night. Now, again, don't forget that he told us about the guy walking the dog, the 12:15 a.m. event. And he also passed that off to the news as if it was something that nobody knew about or nobody examined before. Law enforcement, oh gosh, they didn't even know about this, when law enforcement comes out and tells the news outlet, look, we had this on February 27th, 2024. And then now he's backtracking into the night and saying, but look at what happened over here at 10:17 p.m., the night that Sebastian supposedly just vanished into thin air. If he had all of this footage from Jump, how come he didn't show us how come he didn't show us the 10:17 p.m. event and put that out first? Why did he choose to focus on the 12:15 a.m. event on the 26th? It's all very odd, and it doesn't make any sense. And it's actually ridiculous to backtrack like that and expect us to believe any of this to be true. Even the photograph, even the 306 photograph, because let's not forget, he put that one out first and then backtracked everything. And then, again, the flowers. I mean, that I can't overlook that once I see it or know about it, Hey, Brenda. Hindsight's just key. Let me go back. Hold on one second here. Busy, there is a guy who walks his dog in the video, and SF tries to say, oh. Sorry. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did there. Tries to say it's Sebastian hiding. Yeah, well, that's what I thought he was saying at first, but he was actually talking about Bobby's son, lying in wait for Sebastian and being very suspicious in the neighborhood and crouching down, and but really he was just looking for his cat. Carla, it's so weird. Maybe it didn't see. Didn't see son at home. Oh, that's interesting. Star. Robini says, I heard last seen in this home at a time, can't remember the time right now. Yeah, no one's confirmed about the trash, I don't think, hindsight. Not that I'm aware of to date. Faye says, I'm sorry, that vehicle reminds me of Kathy Bowersock's car, allegedly. And I mean, I don't know. I was thinking about that. Would they use one of their vehicles to do this? That's kind of where I'm stuck, because I'm like, I just don't know if they would take that chance. I mean, they definitely took the chance of doing this in the neighborhood, but I think, the reason why they did that was because they thought they had it kind of in the bag, like, oh, if we jam up some of the cameras, if we do, this, then we won't be found out. So, yeah, last seen at home at midnight, in my opinion. I know they were saying last seen in the area of Stafford Court, and that's why I was kind of thinking, well, maybe they were trying to allude to the fact that Sebastian was out at 12:15 a.m., and maybe it was him in the neighborhood or something like that. Yeah, it is. It is an odd time. KJ Max says 3 a.m. is surely an odd time to go for a ride and do a loop around the area. I agree. And for no good reason to be in there. And, when they geofenced the area, why didn't they figure out who that car was? It's a foreign vehicle in the neighborhood. It's not supposed to be there. And I mean, I'm not saying that people do not get lost. Oh, I love zucchini bread, whoever is making that. It looks like Detroit. I love zucchini either way, anyway. But yeah, it's an odd time. It's late at night, and I'm not saying people don't get lost in neighborhoods late at night, if you're driving. I mean, I guess, but Victoria Place is such like a little tiny kind of subdivision off of a main road. It's just a weird place. You would think that if you got lost, you would pull in the first driveway and flip around that way, not drive all the way into the neighborhood and then go and sit in, on Stafford for a little bit and then and then back out. I mean, Bubby says, when was the live? Because I watched the 2 past days, and they said that Sebastian went out to the cat, but the neighbor was going to play flashlight tag. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Bubby. Yeah, so like what I heard that they said was that Bobby's kids were out playing flashlight tag that night, and that maybe Sebastian wanted to go out and play with them, is kind of my take on it. Like, as if, he wanted to go out and play, and that's what kind of made him want to like leave the house at that hour. And then a cat would also, be something that maybe Sebastian would find, interesting and maybe go after. But my biggest problem is that none of the windows were locked, that none of the windows were unlocked, and none of the windows were tampered with. And then also they were saying that the Ring camera across the street would pick up their front door. And so if Sebastian went out the front door, one, Katie would have saw him because of where their living room situated in comparison to where the door is. And then also, I think that he would have left a window open, say, if he did leave out a window, if he was only going to play with the cat or only going to play with the kids, he was probably planning on coming back if he did sneak out for that reason, if that makes sense. But that's just kind of my logic behind it. If there was any indication that a window was tampered with, or any of the doors were unlocked or, any windows were unlocked, I would say, well, it's possible that he could have went out a window or a door. But I just think he would have been caught on camera. I get stuck there too. Yeah, Silver Zenith Jeep Wagoneer. Thank you. I need to write that down, hindsight, because I'm not good with remembering the makes and stuff of cars. But I mean, that again, that is another one that you know is maybe something you don't see every day, in my opinion. Watch me see a lot of them now when I'm out and about. I'll be like, oh, there's another one. But yeah, I'm curious too. I'm very curious to see what, I mean, until it all makes sense, I'm still going to try to figure it out. Let's see. Oh, Crabtree? Fishy focuses on what's keeping the clients happy. Amen. Well, and that's it, KJ Mac. It's like, I have to keep reminding myself he's being paid. He's been paid, to say all this, to do this. Otherwise, I'd be like, maybe he is playing them. So lemon zucchini bread. Oh, well, now that you just had me at lemon. Uh-oh. That sounds really good. SF tried to say that there was 2 people in the clip he released from. Oh. Okay. Yeah, wasn't it like one person down by the vehicle and the other person walking the dog or something like that? Is that right? Fishy's focuses on Bobby's son is bizarre, considering Sebastian did not socialize in the neighborhood. I agree. And they didn't ride the same bus, any of that. Like, there's no connection. There's no motive for the kids to have done that. And plus, we would have seen them in the neighborhood doing something, right? Because they would have needed, okay, again, like I said, say he, fell and hurt himself. Say the kids weren't being, malicious. Maybe they were being a little bit mean and bullying, like kids do, when they haven't really learned that that's not the way to be. But still, you would see them having to get, not to be horrible, I hate to even think about it, but having to get rid of the evidence of what had happened, right? And then even so, say somebody says, well, what about if they lured him into, the woods around the area? Again, with the camera coverage of the area, it would be too difficult for them to not be caught on the cameras, in my opinion, any way you slice it. Because there was just too many cameras in the neighborhood for them not to be caught. And then, again, they searched and searched and searched the radius around Sebastian's home. To my knowledge, to the best of my knowledge. So I would agree with you. There is no real connection, KJ Mac. There's just not. Oh, I got you, Bubby. I'm sorry. Bubby says, I just say what I saw. Sebastian was grabbing the cat and the other kids were there hiding, in my opinion. So you think that they may have been, but what do you think happened next? Like, if I get what you're saying, like that Sebastian was the one in the cat video, or the, for lack of a better way to say it, like he was the one with the flashlight? Because I was thinking that that's what they were saying to begin with, too, before I kind of realized that they were talking about Bobby's, one of Bobby's kids. Yeah, exactly. Carla says in the clip they released on the anniversary, it was one guy walking his dog. Yeah, and that's what's weird is why would they release that one first? Why wouldn't they release the 10 17, because how we know that that's what SF was referring to is because he told that to Lore Lodge. So around that time, he even was thinking about the, you know, the 10:17 footage, you know, and the 12:15 a.m. footage, you know, but he was backtracking it. It's so weird. Like, why wouldn't you show one after the other? I mean, that's just how my brain works, you know? BDG has the silver car. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. I think I might even have a picture of it still. Mama Davis says, I might have to go back to the beginning of this case and listen closer. I know. I've been trying to do that too. Mama Davis. Yeah, for sure. I'll debunk the first one fast. They did, Faye. They did really, really fast. You know. Yeah, they're trying to pin it on Bobby's son and be like, well, he was creeping around the neighborhood, and you know, and I'm like, I just don't think so. I mean, you know, like I said, I'm not saying that kids are incapable of doing that, or that some of them, you know, aren't, you know what I mean? But it's like, oh, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense at all. It just doesn't. The dispatch is also crazy with the purple hoodie. That's why I was wondering, well, that's why NYC family was asking about the purple hoodie, because they talked about it in this dispatch audio. Oh no, Brenda, she's not moving to Tennessee, is she? Oh, she would definitely get some stuff done. Definitely. Smart lady. I agree. She is. She's very smart and tenacious, Brenda. You know, she's out there, you know, ready to fight for sure. And that's good. Brenda says, that's why I don't think it's a family car. Surely all the family's cars have been shook hands with their router before. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's true. And those would be picked up. That's such a good point. That is such a good point. A really, really good point. Ooh, that sounds good with cream cheese icing. Yum. Yeah, no, don't be sorry to say what you saw, Bubby. That's okay. Hey, we all have different opinions. Look, when I look at stuff, sometimes I'm like, I have to get a fresh set of eyes. Star knows about that. We bugging her at 3:00 in the morning. Hey, what do you say? You still up? What do you think of this? You know, I mean, I do it all the time, so don't feel bad. Even, you know, any of the pictures that I have ever showed or put up, or videos, any of that stuff, I always want you guys to make up your own mind. I don't want you to feel like you have to agree with me all the time. That would be really awful, because then I'd never get any new ideas, you know, or be able to bounce anything off you guys, because you'd always tell me yes, and then I think, oh, they're just telling me yes because they just want to, you know, they don't want to stir the pot, you know. KJ Max says kids playing flashlight tag would really show up all over the neighborhood. Yeah, exactly, via the surveillance. I agree with that 100%, because I mean, also I think it's a little bit late to be playing the flashlight tag, but there would be kids all over, or they would be doing it in a general spot, because think about this. Flashlight tag isn't like regular tag where you have to go tag them and they're it. You just hit them with the flashlight and they're it, right? So I mean, they would be in a vicinity of each other to where they could tag each other, right? And I mean, I get that some of them might be hiding and things like that, so they don't get tagged, or so they can sneak out and tag somebody else. But again, I think they would be in the same area as each other, so they could be hitting each other, not physically, but with the light of the flashlight to tag. Yeah, I agree with you, KJ Mac. I mean, I know. And see, that's what's horrible. Yeah, Bobby's kids were worried and came in to tell their mom that what was going on, and they had nothing to do with Sebastian going missing. That's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous too, and it's sad, because you know, they would rather blame someone who's innocent than, you know, take responsibility, in my opinion. You know it? So, okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next clip here. So just bear with me on... Oh, yeah, we are. Okay.
So now, the 27th, the day after he went missing, right? So here, let me... Oops, sorry. Oh, I think I fixed this where I don't have the time. So here's just normal version. Oh, let me clear this real quick. Ah, she has the same as KP. Interesting. Okay. So remember, it is the next day after he disappeared. Coincidentally, it's 3:15. It's not 3 a.m., but it's 3:15. All right. So kind of weird. And here we're going to see this car coming. Yeah, I can see it start to come here with the headlights. Again, I wanted to show it without it zoomed in or anything. Looks about identical to the same car, but it's not. It is a different car. And we'll point that out. But it is definitely a different car. I've ran a bunch of AI on it. Again, I can't say 100%, but I'm like 95% sure. It's two different vehicles. There's one distinctive thing. The funny thing is, just about everything about the two cars on the 26th and 27th are almost identical, except for one difference. So again, interesting. If we deduce the time from point A to point B, 42 seconds. So very interesting, right? Now we'll slow motion and we'll look at what this car does, right? Sorry, that heard something weird. Okay, do I got it in slow motion? Yep, it's starting again. Oh, maybe? No, it should be at 3:15. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Now we got it in slow motion and zoomed in. Here the car comes. One thing right off the bat is notice the two separate headlights. Very distinctive. I ran a bunch of stuff with the AI. I even kind of did a video on this. And yeah, even though the rest of the car, even like the length and everything, I mean, most sedans, I mean, if they're mid-size, they're going to be about the same length. You know, tail lights look kind of the same, but very distinct, different headlights. Harley, yeah. So I have done a little bit of the 3M lights. It's a little bit harder, Harley, because, you know, we don't have the actual original footage, right? We have the cell phone recording. It creates a lot of issues. And I don't get like the same exact results. There's probably some other things I could probably try to do outside the box, you know, which I have done, you know, color temperature. It's just so much harder. But yes, I have done some things with it, Harley. But that's a great question. Imagine if we had the original footage. Okay. So let's see what this car does when it gets to the top. I thought about that, Michelle. But when I ran the AI, I don't have all the... I do have it, but I just don't have it right now. It was just more than that. And yeah, because I think I asked that question, Michelle. But I don't think it's the same car. Again, I could be wrong. But according to the AI and some of the things, because I did ask that question. That was one first thing I was thinking, like, well, could this just be a beam, on? And I forget the exact answer. I don't want to quote, but so we're gonna zoom in here because I know you probably can't see it. So here we are. We're zoomed in. Again, if anybody's just checking in, we are looking at footage where a car just went up Kellen, and we are looking at this house who has his front porch on. We now just see a car. This is now the day after Sebastian disappeared, right? He is driving up. You never know. You never know. I'll just leave it at that. You never know. There's a will, there's a way, right?
Part about that flashlight video, and Chris did a really good job of explaining it, that the one that came from Nick Barris is actually recorded from a cell phone off of the footage, not the raw footage. And then there was a couple of leaked clips that had come out on Facebook, and so that's what's really difficult about the flashlight video. I wish we could get the raw footage. That would be fantastic. But again, we're going to be watching to see the next day, the day after Sebastian, supposedly disappeared. Another car comes into frame in the same time frame as the one that came through, the night in question. So I'm going to go ahead and thank you for the green hearts, Lori. I'm going to go ahead and thanks Hindsight so much for that, because I know I have it somewhere, and it's like, yeah, it's all right for you to have your own opinion, Bubby. That's fine. No worries. This is just, again, someone who's worked on this video, and, I've never seen this one before, so. Yeah, I get that, Mike. Mike says, I think LE thinks Sebastian walked out of the front door, walked to the main entrance to the main road, too. Why they had the officer walk the path in the dark. The next night, excuse me. It could be seen, in my opinion. Yeah, but my problem is that why wasn't he picked up on the corner camera, though? Because everything else was picked up on that camera. Even all the way down the street, you could see the light. Like, those camera fields of view are really large, in my opinion. And so the fact that he wasn't picked up on camera, because he would have had to go to the end of his street. If he took, like, the main route, he would have went up Stafford, turned right onto Kellen and out of the neighborhood, but he would have passed by a couple of different cameras and that were set up. And then also, if he walked out the front door, he would have been caught on the Ring camera from across the street, according to Chris Proudfoot. 3 a.m. on a school night, really? I know. Exactly. KJ Max says every motion light and motion activated camera would have been activated at 3 a.m. Flashlight tag game that I've never had. Yeah, that would have never happened. Yeah, exactly. No, it wouldn't have. And the thing is, with that, the big thing with that too is that we also have witnessed the motion sensor lights being tripped off by the flashlights, by the headlights. So I'm sure they would be tripped off by the flashlights as well, because it's just any type of motion, right? And then, of course, somebody walking with a flashlight is going to trip everything off too. And the flashlight that Sebastian had, according to Chris and Katie, was a small keychain flashlight. So it wasn't the size of a regular flashlight, in my opinion. Yeah, it's super hard to see in the dark. But the issue, but in my main issue is too is it's really hard to see in the dark. But there was a lot of lights in the neighborhood, you know, all around the neighborhood. Even look how well lit this guy's porch is. I mean, you could see his lawn furniture, so it's very well lit, and his whole yard is really well lit, in my opinion too. You know, just from the light coming from, because when it's really really dark, the light's gonna travel a little bit further too, in my opinion. You know, and you could see all the lights too in the neighborhood, far away, but lights. So everybody, and even in this picture, you can see the bright lights, too. Let me see if I can't pull this in really quick. Hold on one second, guys, because I have this before I added the kitties to the mix. But look how brightly lit everything is. Like, everybody has those little solar lights out, and, you know, really bright lights in the neighborhood. So that's another reason why I can't fully grasp it being so dark like they're saying it is. You know, so. Ooh, banana nut bread, Miss Ann. Yummy. And Faye says, Crystal, look at everything else except... Yeah, they want us to look at everything else except for... Yeah. I agree. I you know, I think it's quite ridiculous that they don't... They want us to look at all these other events, but not the main event, you know, so to speak, in my opinion, of course. Okay, guys, so here's our next one.
But for today, we'll work with what we got. Okay, so you're going to notice the first thing that we noticed with the other one. We'll see the headlights. So the headlights are clearly now facing west on Devon Court. Now notice, we kind of see the tail lights, almost kind of the same situation, right? But there's one key difference. And it took me a bit because I thought it did the same exact thing as the other car, but it does not. Super slowed down. Oh, there's audio. I don't know if you guys heard that. That's audio from the video. It's slowed down, of course. That was probably the wind. Hold on. I might be wrong on this. Either way, this is fascinating. This is the 27th, right? Okay, I gotta see this one more time, because now... Oh, oops, I didn't back it up. Sorry. Okay, here we are. Oh, there it is. Oh, I backed this up too much. I do combine these to show it. I'm sorry. This is very sensitive. Get me back to where I was at. Okay. Right, is it gonna zoom in? Is this the normal one? Okay. Alright. Sorry guys. Where am I at? 137.29. 137.29. Oh, it's because I zoomed out there. That's why it's confusing. Okay, so we zoom in. So we see the headlights. You can see the headlights start to illuminate the home as it's turning on Devin. And now we're going to see the tail lights. And yeah, they are braking hard. And you can actually still see the tail lights right here. They're still on. They're still there. And now... Oh, shit! It does do the same thing. Weird. Okay, so I originally thought this one actually drove and turned around. No, it does the same damn thing. Again, that's the wind in slow motion. So now it's turning. Notice how this lamp is kind of like going flickering. That is because the light from the vehicle, as it's doing these 3-point turns, it is, when I back it up a little bit, it is interacting with this light. I'm sorry, I gotta see this one more time. Sorry, and I'll read chat, and I'm going to show you both side by side. Wow, I miss this. Yeah, you can see it, and you can see it hitting its brakes, just like the other one. And it stops right there. You can still see the red. You can still see the red. Still see the red. Now it's going to throw it in reverse. And again, I apologize. You see this little shadow right there. It does do the same thing. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. Actually, I kind of like that better. My mind must have been playing tricks on me. I thought it looked like the car went down Devon and turned. And we'll look at these, the 26 and the 27 side by side. And here comes. Ugh. Very strange. Isn't that odd?
Okay, sorry guys. Whoa. I agree with you, Robini. Mob could definitely admit when he's wrong, unlike SF, or, at least come out and make a correction, right? And say, well, guess what? This is what I thought to begin with. And, now I'm thinking something different. You gain respect doing that kind of stuff. Mob can admit when he's wrong. Let's see. Sorry, I already read that one. He is awesome. I agree, Carla, and really hard at work at these because, I think it's really odd that we see the second car the next day, right? Now, all of this activity is going to be coming from the next day, and then Mob's going to pull in a side-by-side view of this as well in this last clip that we have. So we'll be able to see like one on top of the other, kind of what they're doing. Faye says, Craddock, you have failed Sebastian for 17 months. He needs your help to come home. Shame on you. Resign. Justice for Sebastian, in my opinion. I agree, Faye. Absolutely well said. And it's just bogus that they would do that to him at this point in the game, right? It's been way too long. I agree. Yeah, that's true, Kiki. And kind of depending on, what kind you have and stuff. But yeah, when you have the cameras on your home, you can zoom on your phone. I wonder if the neighbor can zoom. Yeah, I would love to see that, especially maybe even a different angle from, the back where you can see, or where they flipped over, because they pulled in and then flipped and then went that way, right? So Carla says Craddock should never have been able to wear a badge with his snuggle struggle. I agree. I mean, that's something, people are like, that happened a long time ago. And I'm like, I understand that. But it's just, he still seems to have like that mentality, you know. That's what I just can't shake that. I cannot shake that. Oh yeah, exactly, Detroit. He'll be 17 soon. That's why it's breaking my heart. We will never see him back with his father. It's so sad. Oh, or will we ever? Excuse me. I know, and that's just something I think about too. I mean, ugh. And how they can hide all of this when it's so blatantly obvious. Carla says kind of fits now, in my opinion, with the S trafficking going on there, hiding as part of it. Yeah, I watched another video. Psalms put out another video and I shared it. There's two actually. The other one I didn't get to watch twice, but I like to watch them twice at first and then I'll go back and watch them again. I know that's weird, but it's just kind of my little way of doing it. Especially when there's a lot of information to gather. And I still haven't done my full bit of research on it, but I know we talked about it before. I brought it in again because I felt like that was some powerful statements being made. But it's tough, you know. Yeah, well, I agree with that, Mike. I agree with that. You know, who puts on dark clothing and glasses but not shoes? Still think he had another pair somehow to hide tracks or scent, or just to throw peeps off if he did leave on his own, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I can see how if he was going to leave by himself, but the problem I have, again, even with that, like, say, yeah, he was able to get away from all the cameras and everything like that. I still believe that he would have taken something with him, right? Because, like you said, who only puts on their clothes and their glasses, you know? He would have packed some sort of a bag, you know. And Sebastian's not of low intelligence, right? Like they wanted us to believe in the beginning. Again, I was watching an old video with Justin on TikTok that he did an interview with Seth, and Seth was saying his magic cards. And at that point, not knowing Sebastian or Seth, I thought Seth was talking about like a magic deck. Like I thought maybe Sebastian liked to be play with magic like a magician, I guess, you know, if and that's where my brain went first. But knowing Sebastian now and understanding, and with Seth elaborating more, I understand that he liked to play Magic the Gathering, which is a card game, which is very social. So Sebastian is strategic. He is intellectual. He's very intelligent. And then he also is the type of kid that wouldn't leave without shoes, right? We know that. And so you're never going to make me believe that Sebastian would have done something like that without planning it out. Unless it was a spur of the moment, have to run out of the house. But again, we would see him running down the street. He wouldn't have made it far without shoes in the neighborhood, you know, in any capacity. I mean, even try to walk down your own block barefoot. You know, your feet are going to be wrecked at the end of it, you know, and you're not going to be able to walk anymore. You're going to have pieces of rock and, you know, possibly glass or whatever is on the road. There's just no way, because if he walked out of the door, again, what happened next? You know, where did he end up then? Is he still walking? You know, I mean, I don't think so. Not without shoes. And even if he had shoes, where did he go? Like, say he did hide a pair of shoes and he evaded all the cameras and all of these things fell into place. He still wouldn't have made it very far with no food, no money, no nothing. You know. KJ Maxx says maybe Craddock is too busy building his real estate empire to bother. It seems like that too, yeah. And then he transfers the homes into his wife's name, allegedly, from what I've heard, you know. Hey, Rosebud. Good to see you. Rosebud says, I have a Ring camera, and yes, you can zoom in recorded video and screenshots. Cool. I did not know that because I don't have like the Ring one. I just have the one that you set up like with the cell phone. Rob Beanie says, I wear an old pair of glasses to bed so I don't mess with my new ones because I can't see at all without mine. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so you don't mess up your new ones. That makes sense. Well, that's why I was wondering if they ever checked like against Sebastian's old prescriptions for those glasses. You know, just thinking that yeah, maybe he's like, you know, because let's just think about it. He's a kid, you know, and he's thinking, you know, I don't want to mess up my new glasses, so I'll take my old ones, you know, just in case. We don't know what his mindset was, right? I mean, because none of us can say that. So at the Texas Roadhouse, it seemed that like they weren't having a very good time at dinner. And so, you know, typically, and especially if there was some sort of proof, I would say, oh yeah, he probably left that night because there was something going on. Especially because every time Katie and Chris talk, they'll say, you know, you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble, you're not in trouble. Chris even said, well, he wasn't even in trouble this time. And it's like, what? You know? So thanks, Rob Beanie, because yeah, that makes sense to me. It does. Whoever removed him from the home forgot his shoes, and as often happens, always a little detail that is a giveaway. I agree. I think the shoes is a major mistake. I think doing it while Seth was at work and on camera was a major mistake. You know, and I'm just saying it like, you know, looking back, right? Because again, you might think you have every detail planned out, but if you're trying to hurry, and the time frame would basically be from 7 p.m. until 6 a.m. and that's the time frame where we, you know, completely lose all reason and logic and, you know, anything rational, because it's like they want us to believe that, you know, Sebastian came home, took the trash out, was playing, you know, till 9, and then there was a thud at 10, and Katie went to bed at midnight, and then somehow, you know, Sebastian levitated out of the home, never to be, you know, seen from again. And that's just not how it goes, you know? It's just not how it goes. KJ Max says if Sebastian had been given a phone, it would have been located in the geofencing. That's very true. That's very true. I agree with that. Yeah. And I mean, his phone was sitting right there on the counter when Seth walked in the morning. So, you know, shoes at the door, phone at the counter. It said that there was money still left in his piggy bank, in his closet. You know, Sebastian's not, you know, just because he's autistic, just because he has a rare chromosome deletion syndrome doesn't mean that he's not capable of strategizing. Let's be honest. Any of you who know about Gypsy Rose Blanchard, she also has a rare chromosome deletion syndrome, right? And she is as cunning as a fox, that little one is. She had me fooled. I was like, she doesn't need jail, she needs help. No, she needs jail. She should still be there. She had just as much, not if not everything, to do with orchestrating her mother's life being brutally, because curiosity unalived the cat for me. It just did. I looked at the photos, and I probably shouldn't have, you know. I probably shouldn't have. Okay, guys, I have one last clip, but I'll tell you, there was multiple marks from someone being knifed in the back, and there was little tiny puncture ones that I'm sure was Gypsy, and the other ones were Nick, that the ones that actually went through, nearly decapitating her mother. So, you know, and she can play the victim like the best of them and the rest of them. And yeah, I mean, she has a rare chromosome deletion as well. So that doesn't mean somebody isn't smart enough. Doesn't mean that their brain doesn't function. It means that there's a rare chromosome deletion syndrome. And I don't like to put labels or stereotypes on anyone, you know, honestly, because it just depends on how much therapy, how much help, how much, you know, how you were raised also. You know, she was raised to be very manipulative like her mother, and that's the way she operates, you know. And again, Sebastian was raised to be a kind and loving, sweet boy by his dad, playing Magic the Gathering, and he was social and loving and caring and very intelligent, in my opinion. He wouldn't have done this without the forethought first and without planning through it. And he would have been caught on camera, you know, and 3 a.m. like person, you know, driving through the neighborhood would probably say, yeah, that was me, you know. Law enforcement wouldn't be so secretive. I mean, but
again, according to the AI, and I'll show you guys after. Because I don't want to make this video super long, because I've done kind of the AI stuff with the cars. It tells me, you know, with a fairly certain amount that, you know, it's pretty sure they're two different cars. So here, on the top is the 26. So notice this SUV out in the yard, whereas down here we don't see that. So that can always kind of give you a guide as which if I would add more time, I would put the timestamps, but I just didn't. But when you see the black SUV out, that's the 26th. That's the night he disappeared. And this is the 27th. So now here are the cars side by side. I use Grok. So there are both the cars, and notice how prevalent the bottom car with its, you know, two headlights, which I forget what they call it, just a higher and lower light, right? Again, both the cars, once you get here, I mean, they look identical, right? Again, it's creepy. And no, the brake light is not out. I did think that was like, oh, well, it's definitely the same car. The brake light's out. No, it's not the case. It's just the angle of it, because yeah. Anyway, I did a bunch of research on that as well. It's just kind of an illusion that makes it look like one tail light is brighter while the other one's not, but it is not a tail light that's broken. I mean, again, I'm not going to say 100% one way or the other, but I gave it a bunch of data. I mean, I've done a separate live on that. And I mean, I was taking screenshots from literally, I mean, I was just taking screenshot, you know, from point A to point Z on all cars. I gave it the dimensions of this car and this car, so it had dimensions to work with. And we'll get to the results. Could it be the same car? It's possible. It certainly does the same thing, and it's 42 seconds there and back. So, again, kind of wild. So let's see as we look at what both cars do. So remember, on the top is the 26th, on the bottom is the 27th. They're about evenly timed, but I think one car is a little bit faster doing this, and then one car is a little bit slower when they're backing up. So we see the 27th. It's like they're going a little bit faster, and they then crank on the brakes, right? But we can still see the brakes even here. Then look at this one. It's almost like it goes just a little bit past where we can't see the brakes. But in both of them, you're going to see a black shadow go back. And again, keep in mind, this is in very slow motion. So if I was playing normal speed, it would just be almost instantaneous. That's why I'm convinced it's certainly not a U-turn. And it makes sense of with also the lighting, because if you think about a 3-point turn, the compared to, because if you were coming back, right, you should be able to see headlights, and then you should see kind of, lighting over here and not so much here. But in both of them, notice we've already starting to see the headlights on both vehicles as they are now turning and starting to point south. You can see it more prevalent. Notice the light is turning towards us. Same thing on the bottom. Complete 3-point turn. It could be. I mean, it could be the same car. I'll give you the results. Again, I'll give you the results of what it thinks the cars are, which I think, is the best I can do.
Okay, guys, so I wanted to bring in that side by side and show you guys, because it's my last clip, but I haven't gotten a chance to really look over the next part of the live. But I think it's interesting that there was a similar looking vehicle that came through that does appear to kind of throw everything off and say, oh yeah, that car comes through the neighborhood all the time at this hour, and turns around and nothing to see here. Again, so Faye says they took them off to undress him, and forgot them, or they had evidence on and had to discard them, in my opinion. I agree that something happened with the shoes, whether it was that they forgot to take a pair away, with them, or something happened there. I agree, because it's absolutely a mistake that, could cost them everything, Yeah, I'm not a fan, Carla. That's for sure. And Detroit says, I wonder how far back they can go. How many people can they link together in the same place and time? Right, exactly. That is so true. I mean, it's about finding those connections, right? And the links between these people and what they were doing, and even at the Texas Roadhouse or in the neighborhood. I mean, because otherwise then it's just like, oh, well, we don't have any evidence at all, and that's what they kind of want us to just, take and accept. And it just doesn't sit well, Faye says, isn't it strange that they searched the landfill for only a week? Did they find something? Maybe the shoes, clothes, etc. They say they didn't find anything. But, I don't know if they did find something. I don't know that they would even share that with us. That's a really good question. But yeah, I think it is strange that they only searched it for a week. And maybe they did find what they were kind of looking for, Yeah. Crabtree, apparently he did fly some drones. He did go out in the boat a couple of times from what I can remember. And then he does spirit boxes. Yeah, that's true, Robini. I think it was more like a day or two only. Actually, now that you say that, yeah, I remember that it was only a couple days. Well, because I think a lot of us were kind of comparing it to little Quentin Simon, poor little baby. He's so cute, and they spent quite a while looking for him, and they did find him there, where his mother Leilani put him. KJ Max says the fluidity of Sebastian's speech when he was a bit younger tells me that he is intelligent. I don't see him losing his way or leaving of his own free will. Yeah, he knows how to ask for help and articulate. I agree with that, KJ Mac. And I think he would have just called his dad. He was kind of hinting around to Seth, like little things like, I don't think that Mom and Mr. Chris like me very much, or, I don't want to go back there, stuff like that, and I think he was definitely, feeling more comfortable voicing his opinions on things. And I think that they wanted to silence him like they want us all to be silenced, unfortunately. you know, I wish I didn't feel this way. I really do. I don't like feeling this way. But I agree. I mean, yeah, even when you hear him now, I don't know how old he was in the voicemail that he left on picture day for Seth. He sounds younger, but he's just like so adorable and just this little ball of light, you know, and he's like, I gotta look handsome for picture day. And it's like, what little boy says handsome? Like, he sounds like he's older over the phone than his voice is, right? Like, more intelligent, more mature to say a word like handsome, you know. And maybe that's a word that Katie would say to him, you know, you're handsome or something. Or maybe Seth would say that to him and that's how he heard that word, you know. But either way, he wanted to look handsome for his pictures. And, you know, I don't think he didn't have any trouble doing that. I think he would look handsome in a paper bag, but that's just my opinion, you know. Bubby says, how about the parked car at the bottom isn't, at the bottom of the street, like the black one, the black car that was like the SUV looking one? Bob, is that what you're talking about? I got mad at him on the other case. The PIs just throw anything out there to keep everyone talking. They don't believe it, in my opinion. Yeah, Mike, it makes me wonder. It does make me wonder. In this case, I feel like it's so deliberate, though, because, again, like, he's giving us this video at 12:15, a year in, and then 6 months later, 7 months later, he's giving us a video of a cat at 10:17 p.m. You know, like, it doesn't even fit, like, the timeline of events. It just doesn't even fit at all. Like 2 days at the landfill. Yeah, Detroit, that's what I'm thinking, right? It was really quick. It was only a couple of days, I think. You know. Yeah, LE needed a whole month to find little Quit and Faye. They were there for a while, weren't they? And, you know, it was just so sad because they had those, you know, they had those big machines too, if I remember correctly, like where they were like sifting through and trying to find like pieces of bone, and just terrible. And, you know, we went back over the Only Hands interview, and it was like, that was when they were searching the landfill, and they said that they were too emotional to show their faces on camera. But when Caitlin Miller asked them about the landfill, nobody shed one tear. Like, I would be a wreck if I thought that they were looking for my kid or anything belonging to my kid in a landfill. Like, that would make me utterly sick. I mean, it makes me utterly sick to think of any of these babies, you know, even Sebastian. I know he's a teenager, but, you know, I mean, he's a baby to me. I'm 42 years old. Just sick. Robini says, yeah, I don't understand that either, Faye, and no hazmat gear either. Yeah, true, Robini. Isn't that weird? We do need to do a live together, Kiki. We do. We're working on it behind the scenes. We are Detroit. Yes. Kiki's so good. She's always researching something, and I'm like, oh man, I got a research buddy. You know. KJ Max says, who would have thrown out the device into the garbage? Sebastian allegedly runs out and back in. If there was an extra device, my question is, who wanted to hide it? Yeah, I mean, that's true. That is very true. And, you know, I just don't know many kids that at 15 years old that would leave anywhere without their cell phone. Like, I was surprised not to even see Sebastian having it at the table. Now, maybe his mother made him leave it at home. But, like, I mean, I was just telling, you know, a friend of mine today about a silly story about my daughter when she was 16 and her cell phone, when I grounded her from it. Like, she, like, took some money, you know, from her job. She was working at a Chinese restaurant, and she bought a phone from a kid at school. It was like a hot phone, and she's like, I got one, nobody's gonna catch me now. Well, obviously that thing didn't have internet access, and when Nate's like, she's linked to my phone, or somebody is, we busted her out. And they're just gonna, kids are like, it's like it's like, whack to them with a C. I mean, they're like, I gotta have the phone, I gotta know what my friends are doing, and like, heaven forbid I miss anything, and oh my God, and but yeah, I'm like, okay, turn over the other phone that you have. What other phone? I'm like, I know you have another phone because it's linked to, it's linked up to our internet, and so, I mean, it's so crazy to me that in this day and age, especially, because my daughter is much older now than she was, obviously, back then, 16, so Mike said, Mike SF is no PI. I want a list of the people he's supposed to have found. I know it's a big fat zero. He says he saw a video of Riley falling into the water. What a liar. Yeah, really. He was in Riley's case too. He inserted himself and didn't do anything. I will say, I think that he did some decent research on water levels, in my opinion, because, it's weird, but I did talk to him in that chat, and he answered my question and stuff, so. The neighbor's car, Mob mentions it. Really, that's interesting, says Kiki. I know, I think it's interesting too. Well, because I don't know how somebody could look at that Texas Roadhouse video. Well, and two, maybe it's because I've worked at restaurants and stuff. Because I just you don't usually see people in a nice place like that. Like, I would say that steakhouse is, mid-level, I mean, you can get a really nice steak there, but there's some places that are nicer, and I don't know. I don't think people choose those places to go into just to use the restroom. And, as ladies, and I know, guys might not fully understand this unless you have maybe a wife that has told you about it, but like, if you've had babies and stuff like that, when you have to use the restroom, you have to use the restroom. And, you're not going to wait out by a car for someone else to come out. And that's my big thing with the Texas Roadhouse. The two that interacted with Katie, other than the wait staff, right? The host who sat them, he's not going to know anything, right? He saw them come in. He sat them at the table and gave them a basket of rolls. He did nothing more than that, right? Even the waitress, there's not a whole lot that she can tell us that we can't see from the video, other than maybe giving us her perception of how the vibe was that day between them. But the people who interacted with Katie, meaning the green hoodie and the yellow jacket, directly outside of the view of the camera, oh yeah, that bothers me. As if they were waiting, as if they were waiting. And it's very odd that they didn't want to question them or talk to them or anything, What was your interaction? Even one question would have been so simple. What was your interaction with Katie to the green hoodie? And the yellow jacket, why were you meandering around? You never got any food, and then you waited for Katie in the common area or in the doorway. 2 minutes is a long time. If we just sit here for 2 minutes and I don't say a word, you guys are going to be bored out of your gourds, and be like, Lady Freedom, you're on mute, I mean, it's a long time, right? In my opinion, different cars, same driver, Kathy says. Yeah, Kathy, I can see that. Absolutely. Yep, and so does Chris Proudfoot. So does Chris Proudfoot. You know, and that, yeah, I think so too. KJ Max says that's an interesting thought, Kathy Bartholomew. Well, it's almost as if they wanted it to seem like it was normal. Like, oh yeah, these people, people coming into our neighborhood, all the time. Now, before this, maybe not, but I mean, they definitely did. Yeah, Robini says, I think it was KP. Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? Just kidding. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Katie, Katie can pick them. Agree. I better leave before you block me. No, he's gonna block you, Mike. As long as you're respectful. You haven't. I don't think I've seen anything. Now I don't get to see everything that's in chat, but I mean, yeah, and we have to challenge each other's ideas sometimes, especially, when it's something where it's like, my thing is always just what's next. Even in my own theories, when I theorize to myself, I go, okay, well, what's next? And then also it's like, well, did you look at it from this angle? Did you look at it from that angle? And I'm just expecting the police to do it like that too. Because, yeah, we're not blocking you, Mike. Kiki, thanks. Yeah, we're not blocking anybody. I don't typically block people unless they come in here and say something really hateful, or, if they're just disruptive or purposely disagreeing to get a rise. Those are the things that kind of are annoying, but I still don't, we usually will do like a timeout. Just have a seat, have a crayon, a juice box, chill out. We all get passionate about this case. We're all going to think differently. KJ Max says, when Sebastian didn't have something decent to wear to his event, he called his father while his mom was in the background chuckling. It was cute, but also a bit sad. Yeah, I think so too, KJ Mac, because, it was kind of cute, right? I mean, I could see, that kind of playing out like in a co-parenting situation. You know what I mean? Like, okay, ask your dad, and then you kind of think it's cute because you're listening. Like, Sebastian's adorable. If you can't, if you don't listen to that voicemail and smile just because of his cuteness, then I think there's something a little bit wrong right off the bat. But it's just because he's so cute, and just his sweet little voice and that I just want to look handsome. Like, oh gosh, it just kills me. And it is sad because, I agree with you, KJ Mac. I think that Sebastian absolutely knew that if he needed anything, that he could call his dad. And I think that if there was a problem that night, he would have called his dad. I could see him waiting till Katie went to bed, like he would when he, get up in the middle of the night and take some, bites out of the Nesquik, right? And he probably would have grabbed his cell phone up and called his dad. He may have called his grandma Robin. He was also he also spoke with her on the phone, from my understanding. So he might have called for help, but I don't think he would have walked out by himself. It's dark, it's scary at night, no shoes, no coat, no cell phone, no money, no, nothing to drink, no snacks, no nothing. And let's think about it. Even a little kid, angry because of whatever. They didn't get a candy. They didn't get what they wanted. They're going to, I'm leaving, but they pack their little bag and they're so cute. And they're like, I'm going. Okay, see you later. Let me know if you need anything. And then 5 minutes later, they're back, Yeah, nobody's judging you, Bob. You're fine. You're fine. Rosebud says, I think SF's tweet about the last video should get the Ellie and the news strike upon a convo up with Craddock about it, see what he has to say. I haven't watched or haven't looked at that. I'm going to have to go check X tonight. I will have to go check it. But yeah, that's a really good point, and definite red flags involved. Flag on the play, flag on the play. Caution tape, crime scene tape. KJ Max says, I want to clarify that I think KP also found it cute and hence her chuckles. It's just odd that his dad had to solve the problem in his sweet mind. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like, you know, like Katie is very like independent financially. So, you know, I'm just wondering, but I did think it was sweet. I do. And I do think that I agree with you. I don't think that she was, you know, because some parents might be bitter at the other one, like, call your father, I pay for everything or something. But I don't think that's what it was either. I think it was really genuine, like, he isn't this cute, and like he's leaving the voicemail and Seth's gonna find it, and you know, or he's gonna hear it, and then, you know, I think it was all in good fun and cuteness, you know, so cute. But it's absolutely sad now to think of it, you know. It's absolutely sad now because then we're thinking, you know, why is it always Seth? Why can't Katie be the soft place to land, you know? Robini says, Kiki, I think they ate referring to, I think they are referring to the neighbor's car that was not there in one of the 3 videos. Oh, I gotcha. Thank you, Robini. Aw, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Hold on a second. I think I saw a little. I don't want to drop the darn link. Ah, thanks, Kiki. I just saw this one too. Thank you, Kiki. Kiki says the leaves would be off in February. Yeah, that's true, right? All of the leaves would be off the trees. I see. Hold on a second. I know what you're talking about here. Oh, here it is. Yeah, because I see the leaves are, you know, I want to kind of do a close-up on those flowers now that we're talking about it. Because, yeah, and, you know, we can't ever get the video of that either, which is nuts to me because it's, you know, it drives me bonkers. Thank you so much, little Miss Sharon, for your super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Yeah, it's just crazy, right? It's just absolutely nuts. Thanks, Detroit. That's so funny. I love you guys together, black and white. Haha, you compliment each other. That's cute. TJ Max says, Robini, that struck me right away. It didn't sit well with me. Like Seth was being set up to be the one that let Sebastian down. His mom was right there. I'd solve that problem myself. Yeah, really, especially, you know, I mean, gosh, a button-up shirt and he'd be as cute as a button. You know what I mean? I mean, just adorable. Sebastian is just cute as it is. He is. You know, you could put that kid in a polo shirt and he'd look great. You know, I mean, so. Hazy Taylor, hello. I know people were saying it's been a crazy day today. I think our Born of Honey was having a crazy day too. See, Taylor needs a nap. It's dark outside and we have raccoon, but I need to get my shoes. Yeah, we'll see. That's what I mean, that's the thing for me too. It's just like, especially when you're younger, like the world is so much bigger to you, you know, and like even for Sebastian, I wonder how that could have been overwhelming for him to even think about for 1 second, going outside in the middle of the night, no shoes, especially when he doesn't like that. And then Katie's like, oh, he's allergic to grass pollen. And like, I looked it up, and there's not a high level of grass pollen at that time of year. But still, I mean, just him knowing that could get his anxiety going, and knowing I'm not going to go out without my shoes, you know. Oh, I agree with this 100%, Carla. This is sometimes what keeps me up at night. You know, I think that they thought that they could pin it on Seth. Problem was that they didn't expect the whole world to back up Seth. Yeah. And when they did back him up, see, at the beginning, it was, you know, all for one and one for all. But then all of a sudden it turned into every man for himself. You know, Seth's doing his own thing and we're doing ours. Like, more like Seth's doing everything and you're doing nothing, you know. And like I said, and I hope I don't kick myself off when I do this. Give me 1 second, guys. Here we go. Just way too close to the end button. I'm like, but that's Seth's Cash App, you know, because putting all those miles on his truck and everything like that, you know. And that was another thing that they got so upset with him about. And it's like, so what? You know, he needs to be out there following up on these leads and stuff, because obviously other people are not. Mainly law enforcement. I'm not saying that, you know, and I know it would be way too much to ask for Chris and Katie to help out on following up with some of these leads and stuff like that. I know that's too much to ask, but, you know, could you not bash Seth? We're got dang ridiculous, you know, already. I didn't ask for any help, not even child support. If my kids needed something, I'd ask their dad. If he couldn't help, I'd clean a house, whatever. Yeah, to make the extra money because I'm disabled. Yeah, Robini, 100%, you know. I mean, I remember at one point, I was working like 3 jobs at one time, you know, and that was just to make sure that my daughter was taken care of. Just to make sure, you know, I'd pick up extra shifts waitressing. I would do whatever it took. You know, and that's what moms do. We have to. You know, even though my daughter's older, it's like, if she needs something, she knows. Let me know. You know. And also, I think maybe Katie knew that, like, if Sebastian had called and been so sweet and cute like that, that Seth would have had no choice. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's hard to get away from the cuteness. Faye says, I believe we were lucky the opposite neighbor had cabled camera and didn't burn. Yeah, I agree because I think they were using the jammers. I do. And I know that upsets them. They're like, oh, well, we were using the jammers, but you were using the jammers. There's something up with you guys using those jammers. Because all of the cameras went wonky in the night for no reason whatsoever. It wasn't raining. It wasn't bad weather. It wasn't windy. I mean, there's, you know, I mean, they expect us to believe unexpectable, you know? Oh, no, you're not Chris Proudfoot, Bubby. No, I know you from TLs. Yeah. No, you know, Kiki says she doesn't think you're Chris. No, Bubby's not Chris. Chris knows he's not allowed in here. No, just like he would care. I'm sure he would follow the rules, right? Chris knows better than to come in here. KJ Max says, remember when KP nudged CP in the interview when Clarksville was mentioned? In the back of my mind, that's the moment. That moment still sits. Yeah. I feel that. I know exactly what you're talking about, you know, and it's like they were all like, let's get on the same page. Let's do this together. And Seth was just kind of sitting back and observing and, you know, realizing, no, there's something weird here, you know. And of course, Chris has been co-parenting with these two, or excuse me, Seth has been co-parenting with these two for like 7-8 years, I guess. That's a long time. And you kind of know how the other person operates, right? So like even if you're married or whatever and the other person has an ex that you're dealing with, you kind of know how that person is already. You know whether it's like nice dealing with them or if it's like you have to be cordial for the kids, you know. And some people, you know, duke it out or whatever, but you know, them acting like that, I'm sure Seth was, you know, I'm sure his spidey senses were going off and being like, okay, that's weird, you know. All of it was probably weird to him, especially when they're not communicating anymore, you know. I mean, Carla says, I didn't say you were. I asked because your comments match what CP has been saying. Yeah, well, and that's one thing too, Carla, is that, you know, Chris is pretty, I mean, I know that he thinks he's like pulling one over, but he's pretty transparent in my opinion. Yeah, his cough was not any better than her nudges. That's true. Yeah, because he'd be like, you know, like, and it's like, you know, it sounds like you're trying to get someone's attention when you're doing that, you know, especially a nudge. That's so cute, KJ Mac. Kiki, that's funny. We need to push it more. Sebastian's father needs every ounce of our support. He's been done so dirty. What in the actual fuck? Oh yeah, can we get a Hail Mary? Seriously. I know. Detroit. Golly. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, all of these people acting like, you know, oh yeah, we're for Sebastian in the beginning, and then look where they're at now. I mean, they're basically scattered to the wind and actually not even just flipped. They've flipped their shit. Like they forgot how to act, you know, like a normal person, you know. I don't believe any words that come out of their mouth, Faye. They're all lies. Katie showed us exactly what kind of mother she is at the Texas Roadhouse. For an hour she was there, in my opinion. I think, Faye, that the Texas Roadhouse footage was so eye-opening, you know, because like Katie's body language, although we can't completely see her facial expressions, but we can see Sebastian's, and then we can see him sinking down, biting his nails. There was nothing happy about it. You know, there was nothing fun, or, you know, I get that they were both tired or whatever, so maybe there wouldn't be a lot of talking, but, you know, let them play with the game on, you know, the little point of sale system has games on it. Let them play it. The minute that they walked in, he pointed at the game and she was like, put the menu at him right away. Here, have the menu. We're here to eat, not have fun. You know, geez, Louise. And I think it said everything. You know, it's like Sebastian could never do anything that brought him joy. You know, even if it was a spoonful of Nesquik, for crying out loud, let him have it. I mean, it's like, is it gonna kill him? I mean, yeah, maybe if he eats too much of that, but and it's not healthy. I get that, but I mean, it's just, you know. Well, thank you, Bubby. Aw, thanks, Kiki. You guys are great too. Thank you. Thanks for hitting that like too. OMG, mine is gosh, born 1980. Yeah, see, and I mean, like, gosh, there's so much more technology and stuff that we have to worry about, and I get it too, you know. Like, because even when we were kids, it was like, you know, yeah, we had like whatever AOL and stuff like that, and computers and stuff. Because I remember, you know, like the old Macs with the green screens and stuff like that. But I mean, it's nothing like it is today. So I get it, like keeping the kids under strict monitoring of the phones and stuff. Like I totally get that. Why not? As a parent, you have to do that. Like I'm a big believer in snooping in kids' stuff too, especially a teenager, because they're going to try to get away with stuff. And you got to let them know, like, hey, I know things. Like, you know, I mean, my mom was damn good. I barely got away with anything I ever did. Like, if I even tried, like I told you guys, I popped the car out the one night, got caught. She'd always know. She had like some kind of a sixth sense. I don't know what it was. Like, she just always knew. And, you know, you kind of got to stay on top of your kids like that so they don't try to pull anything. And nowadays it's scary. I mean, like, you could be walking down the road and there's 20 weirdos around, you know, waiting to grab you up or whatever. Like, there's too many weirdos. And I don't know if it's that there's more weirdos nowadays or if we just know about them because we can get it all in real time. But I'm thinking there's more weirdos nowadays than there ever was. I mean, right, exactly. Kiki. Detroit, this is spot on. I wanted you to know how important your findings were. You are like the Nancy Drew I grew up with. I don't ever let shit go. Detroit, spot on, girl. Yeah, Kiki always amazes me with her research. I'm like, you found what? What is going on? Or I'll be like, oh, I did research that, but where'd you find this? You know, like really, really good. And, you know, it's so hard to go down these rabbit holes too, especially alone. Because, like, if you can't bounce the ideas off of anybody, you know, it's difficult. And, you know, Nate's not into true crime. He thinks I'm a weirdo. He straight up thinks I'm weird. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know, but I like to figure this stuff out. And I know we got to find Sebastian. I mean, look at poor little Summer. There's so many in Harmony. Oh my gosh, there's so many cases out there, and we only like really scratch the surface because a lot of times we don't hear about missing kids. Like I never got an Amber Alert for Sebastian. Granted, I was in Missouri, but still, that's not that far. When I was out passing out flyers, not one person heard of Sebastian. Not one. They weren't like, oh yeah, I've heard of his case. Now I'll tell you, I do have a friend here at the park and she watches true crime and she says, yeah, I sure do. I sure do know who that is. And I said, oh gosh, finally, you know, but I'll tell anybody that, you know, I talk to, or they'll say, what do you do for a living? And I'll say, well, I mean, I'm a YouTuber, is what I do. And, you know, they'll say, what kind of YouTube do you have? And I tell them about Sebastian. And then I'll be like, look at him, isn't he cute? You know, you know, but the salesperson comes out in me then, and I'm like, he's cute, isn't he? Right? He needs to be found, doesn't he? You know, take a flyer. But it's like we barely scratch the surface with people in these cases, you know, because there's just so many. And then there's a lot of kids that, you know, they'll be found shortly afterwards. And that's the problem that I have with Sebastian's case is that look how long it's taken to find him. Somebody doesn't want him found, in my opinion. Whether they have him somewhere, you know, or something horrible happened, you know. Aw, yeah, KJ Max says, why can't KP be a soft place to land? Brilliant statement that sums up how so much of this case appears, Texas Roadhouse video included. Yeah, you know, it's just, I just feel so bad for Sebastian. It just seemed like it was always like something, like, no, you can't play the game. No, you can't, you know, no, you can't have friends over, and no, you can't go outside, play inside, go to your room and play in there. And, you know, I mean, they had a really nice neighborhood and a nice backyard. I don't know why they didn't have a pool. Now, I'm not here to judge other people. I know pools are expensive and they do, you know, you have to take care of them. You know, vacuum them out, put the chemicals, all that whole 9 yards, skim out the pool. But I mean, they could have put something out there for him to enjoy. Even having a basketball hoop would have been nice. You know, and then again, just knowing that the kids were outside playing flashlight tag that night, you know, what would have been wrong if they would have knocked on the door and said, "Hey, can Sebastian come out and play?" You know, but it's kind of like we hear these stories from Chris and Katie, like, well, he's just awkward and he gets too close to people. But you know what? I grew up in a neighborhood full of kids and we all hung out, and some of our friends were, you know, kind of strange. We all have our own quirks, right? And that didn't deter us from hanging out with each other. So I just don't see how that deters anybody from hanging out with Sebastian. Thank you, Carla, so much for your super chat. She says, "Lady, you're amazing." Thank you, Carla. I really appreciate that so much. Yeah, and you know, and I just don't get it. You know, we had friends that were so silly growing up and weird, you know, but that's why we liked hanging out with them, you know, because they were silly and weird and funny, and you know, it's like everybody has personality, and you know, I tend to gravitate towards people who have a more zany personality, you know, and sometimes that works out for me and sometimes it doesn't, but you know, again, no, Kiki, you are, girl. You're like researcher. Robbie needs the super sleuth because she won the mini murder mystery, and you're like the researcher. Nancy Drew's the best, right? Yes, we do. We do have a collab in the works. We sure do. Yeah. Well, and I think it's just important to do that, you know, share the research out. Okay, what do you think of this? Like, what are your thoughts on this? You know, ask Jude. I send her all kinds of stuff. I'll be like, what do you think of this, Jude? And she'll be like, I think, and I'll be like, oh, okay. And I mean, a lot of times it's something that I didn't even consider. So good to see you, Dawn. Thank you for being here. Yes. KJ Max says my kiddos had the entire Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew series. Yes, yes. And those are the fun books, you know, that kind of got us all into the mysteries and things like that, isn't it? You know, and I used to always like to watch like Murder, She Wrote. I used to watch that with my grandmother. You know, Jessica Lansbury, and I'm like, that little lady's a badass, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Carla, I feel you on that. I've been watching this case since first week and knew from day one Proudfoots were guilty. Yeah, I felt like that too. And I think that's what really got me so interested in the case myself too, because when I watched the interviews, I'm like, oh, this is not right. Something is wrong here. And I think it stopped everybody in our tracks when we watched Katie do the thing with the you know, another reason why Sebastian wouldn't leave at night without nothing to protect him from bugs, because he doesn't like bugs, and I'm the same way. I do not like bugs. You know, and what's outside? Bugs. Aw. Little kitty, aw, and it's aw. Oh, I know. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I know, Robini, I know that feeling too. Yeah, Nancy Drew. Agatha Christie novels. Yes, yes, Carla. See, that's what I kind of want to do on our next mystery. Like, whatever, if someone wins, I'd like to do like a fun, like, book, you know, like one that's maybe like a bestseller mystery or something fun. I love to read. Like, that's my favorite thing to do other than YouTube. You know, watching videos and stuff on there, but I love to get a new book. Like, if somebody's like, here, read this book, There's a really funny writer. Her name is Janet Yovanovitch, and she is hilarious. And she does kind of a mystery type of a book, but she's funny as hell. And of course, you guys know I'm, in love with Stephen King, but he won't have me because he's married. But he is another brilliant writer that I've always just loved his characters and his stories. Bobby says, what broke my heart was the audio when Sebastian called Seth about money for the pictures. That makes me tear up. I know, same here, Bobby. It's so sad. Like, when I watch the intro to Mob and Seth at his face, I just want to, like, give him a huge hug and be like, we're going to find him. We're going to find him. Is all I just, it just breaks my heart. And then watching that earlier with MMO, Seth in the interview, I was like, I can't believe I don't remember this. I actually thought Seth was on a panel, so I'm like, hey Seth with the green heart. The next thing I know, oh, that's not Seth. This is from Justin. And they told me, oh yeah, I do remember him saying great mistakes. And then again, same thing, not knowing Seth back then and his sense of humor, it was like, oh yeah, okay. He means Great Lakes Naval Base, but he said great mistakes. And I go, I remember this interview from that. But it was a terrible, awful interview for him to have to do. And trust me when I say it is not fun, to talk bad about the parent of your child. It's just not. People, that have a tumultuous relationship or what have you, it's not something that the other parent enjoys, right? Because honestly, it's always better to, stay together as a family for your family. So it's never, whenever I see someone, that is saying something negative about the other parent, I take a step back, I look and I say, okay, what's the motivation here? And I honestly, even rewatching it today, I just knew that the motivation wasn't vindictiveness. It wasn't to get vengeance. It was for the pursuit of justice. What happened to my son? And at that point, all Seth wanted was his son back, but he was remembering back all of the, things that were going on. And it's heartbreaking, And I'm just so used to seeing moms, in that role. And when Katie doesn't, act like she cares, it's so concerning to me. It's just, it's like, what happened and why don't you care? Like, there's something wrong. It's so weird how cats are surrounding this case, Kiki. I agree. Well, and Sebastian loves his cats. He loves his cats. But Sebastian's just a loving kid in general, in my opinion. Loving, caring, compassionate. It could be one thread or a button or a phrase. Columbo, and yes. Elroy Queen, Sherlock Holmes, Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy, yes. Detroit, yes. It's always the one thing. And, it's so funny because, all of the little kind of detective stories and things that we know so well kind of do transfer over in some way, getting us thinking and stuff. So Silver's talked about some lady he watches that speaks to Sebastian and said cats and kittens were protecting Sebastian. Aww. Well, we're cats over here too. Yeah. And I always pray for protection for Sebastian. Always. Robini says, did that before I became disabled and I worked 3 jobs. I'd take my youngest to Duncan's and yard sailing in Florida before school because he went later, and my oldest got out earlier. And so, yeah, and that's the way to do it too. I got really lucky because I had my daughter so young. There was a lady that my aunt knew. You do have an intuitive mindset, Detroit. And her daughter was like a year older than my daughter, but born in the same time. So like all of the hand-me-downs, I got all of them. And girl, that lady shopped at Children's Place and the Gap. I mean, I got so lucky. So like, you know, she'd be handing me down like, you know, really nice sandals and really nice little summer outfits that were so cute, and they were just like new almost, you know. But we do, Olivia, she's always like thrift store shopping. Her and I have always done that. I used to do that with my mom too. Um, and you find some really cool clothes there, and then people will be like, "Where did you get that from?" And you're like, especially if you're a teenager, you know. But still, I mean, it's, you know, and that's the thing. It's not everything. What you're wearing is not everything. Detroit says, my mom hated watching movies with me because I would figure out the plot in 10 minutes. You know what? I used to get mad with my mom because she'd be like, what happened? And I'm like, you're not paying attention. And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you the movie. Just watch it, you know? She would want to know, what was, you know, because she wouldn't want to sit through the whole darn thing. I took her to see Lord of the Rings one time, and she was so mad that it didn't end. And I was like, it's a trilogy. She's like, oh, I can't believe you just made me sit here for 3.5 hours for this crap. And I'm like, well, Mom, you can read the books and figure it out, you know? Josh, good to see you. Josh says, we call that dumb where I come from. I walked into your live the other night and I saw that poll. I almost died. That was so funny. I was like, how about D, none of the above? I picked T-Rev. Kiki, you were onto something, in my opinion. Yeah, like I said, Kiki's on it all the time. I'm like I said, that other video that just came out, I was wrapping my brain around that one. Because there's something like with the corruption, there's just something. It keeps on circling back to that. Even if I try to like, no, it's not that, and then it's like, well, why aren't they doing anything, you know? Oh yeah, it's so much different. Yeah, I agree with that, KG Mac. We lived by a place that only had a McDonald's and like a Taco Bell, and I still don't even like McDonald's that much anymore, just because it was like the only option for takeout for a while, and it was like, ooh. KJ Max says, I just wanted them to develop a taste for healthy food and for their brain to develop before being influenced by the media. Yeah, well, and healthy decisions is always a good thing. You know, it's hard for kids though. I know some kids that won't even eat anything besides like chicken nuggets, pizza, that's it. And I'm like, oh gosh. Good to see you, Mima, in my opinion. I'd like to see the Texas Roadhouse video from the other side. I would too. I'd like to see all of it. Like, I'd like to see it where it's like completely uncut, different angles. I want to see the parking lot, like the whole lot. I mean, I want to see all of it. I want to see the yellow jacket guy in his shoes and his jacket holding a newspaper in front of the Texas Roadhouse. I watch the same movies over and over. I'm really bad with that. Like, I'll watch, or the same series. Like, if it comes out, I'll watch it, and then I'll watch it again. I'm like that with the American Horror Stories. Like, there's certain ones that I really like the Haunted House one. I like that, the first season. I've watched that probably, like, 7,000 times. Or if it's just, like, background, you know, like, I'll just set my phone and put it on Netflix, or I think that's on Hulu, actually. And I'll sit there and listen. I mean, I know it. I've watched it before. Mima said Crispy enjoyed and probably came up with reasons to be mean. Yeah, I think he was like the Punisher, right? Like, but not in the cool way. I think he was like, you know, and I don't want to give him too much power because, I mean, he's a real dipshit. But, you know, yeah, I think he was the one that enjoyed that, like, oh, we're going to need a punishment for this one, you know, like, what a jerk. I'd be like, how about you're not my dad? Like, I think he would probably have made me disappear really quick because I would have been a real shithead to that guy. I would have been like, you're not my dad for one. Don't talk to me. I already have a dad and I don't like you. But then again, you know, you just don't know. I mean, he's mean. He's definitely a mean person. You're the youngest, Robini? And a girl, yep. Yep. See, I'm the oldest, but I know because I have my sister's the youngest, and she was always like, you know, well, she's so much cuter too. Really, Mima? Mima says he's plastered all over upstate New York near me. That's cool. Good deal. Yeah, I was surprised when I went out because I would even ask people like, "Do you watch true crime?" And then be like, "Not really," or some of them that did, and I've been like, you know, "Did you?" And I was like, "Did you hear about Sebastian?" And no, you know, and I'm not far away either. You know, it's not like it's across the country or. You know what's funny? Carla was like, Carla says I used to want to be an only child. My friend was when Christmas came out or came around. The tree had 100 gifts under it. Hers was like 20. I like my big family. I'd like to have my big family then. Yeah. Well, and you know, my brother would get really upset because going back to like the fact that I wouldn't mind, you know, shopping at like Kohl's or the thrift store. Like I would get so many clothes for Christmas, like I'd have way more, and he had to like wear the buckle and stuff, and like so he'd have 2 pairs of jeans and I'd have like 5, and he'd be like, "How come she got more?" And it's like, "Well, because yours cost $80 a pair, like mine are $20." Robini says, "My parents had 6 altogether, and I had 2. I would have had more if I could." Yeah, that is a big family though. 6 is a lot. 6 is a lot. I probably would have had more kids too if I would have like, you know, not spent so much time with my first, well, my only husband, but shared Sebastian on Facebook. Thanks, Bobby, for sharing Sebastian on Facebook and Instagram. I appreciate you for doing that. Absolutely. You know, and that's just a really fast way to get the word around. It really is. And Seth's idea, too, that he put out on his last live, you know, sending it out to 10 people and saying, "Hey, can you send this to 10 more people?" You know, people are really willing to do stuff like that. It's so much easier than physically going out and handing out flyers. And it's fast. It's a really good way to, you know. Oh, Mama Davis, yeah, absolutely. That's what Bobby said. No real signs of a kid living there at all. And you know, I just thought maybe they were really tidy and put everything in the garage. So I saw they had a really big garage. So I was like, surely like Sebastian's bike and basketballs, whatever, soccer, whatever he liked to play. And not to say that every kid likes sports, because my daughter she is not a sports person. She's not. She plays instruments. She was in the band. You know, so, and I'm a lot different, you know, like I was on swim team and, you know, I did cheerleading and volleyball and I loved playing basketball. But she wasn't like that. So, I mean, she is more of an inside kid. I will say that. Super smart kid too. She's a reader too. KJ Max says, "But I knew being an only was a bit sad to have no one as I aged, but it's a bit sad for me to see people with their adult siblings at lunch or helping family. A trade-off, I suppose." Yeah, I understand that too. Not from being an only child, but from just having an only child. But I mean, like, she does have like halves from her dad. So, but it is like, you know, I mean, when you lived as an only child till you're 9 or 10 years old, it's different. Yeah, Mima, they didn't even know that a child was living there. Well, it's just weird that he never came out and even like, that's just how you meet people, like in the neighborhood, taking the dog for a walk, shooting hoops in your own, you know, driveway. I mean, kids just kind of come out of the woodwork and was like, "Hey, can I play?" or whatever. Like, it's sad that he didn't have that opportunity, you know, and then he's begging for friends for Christmas, according to Chris and Katie. So why wouldn't you make an extra effort for him? Again, that's their only kid. I mean, you know, for you guys bringing that up, it's a really good point too. that it's not like Katie had like littles around, you know, and then she's got this teenager and she doesn't know what to do because he's, you know, socially awkward, which I don't think he was socially awkward. Maybe a little bit shy, but so what? Like, I mean, I think Sebastian likes to observe people first and kind of get a read on them if it, you know, if I could take a good guess. Kiki, I know. Yeah, see, and like, and you're always running and doing stuff, and that's the thing. Like, Sebastian didn't even have like an extracurricular, except for he did play chess the one year, but then he got upset. There was a discrepancy, according to Katie, in who won or something like that, right? And you know, people on the autism spectrum and kids in general can take things like really, really literally, you know, and so, with that being said, I think that, you know, maybe he thought he was cheated or he thought he actually won or something, you know, or maybe the kid was being a jerk or who knows, you know. But either way, that she didn't even have that to take him to. So, it's just sad. It's really, really sad, you know, because she wasn't putting in the effort even with the one, you know, finding out what he likes to do. Like, yeah, you know, he likes animals and stuff, and that's great that he's doing that at school with ag, but what about, you know, getting him some time, even, you know, volunteering someplace at the animal shelter and meeting other kids that way, or anything like that. It just seems like, you know, a burden, like he was a burden rather than someone that they wanted to, you know, make sure that he was happy. I don't know. And for parents, you usually want your kids to be happy, you know, and well-rounded, and, you know, and they said Seth teaches him directions, Seth teaches him how to do this, Seth, you know, teaches him this and that. You know, they weren't like, we all work with him on A, B, and C, you know. Their words, not mine. Rosebud says, I know I said it before, but it doesn't anyone else think SF's tweet that Mob Crew debunked should get to the news and Craddock? I need to go look at it. I wonder if is it channel 2? C. Taylor says 100%. Really, C. Taylor? Mama Davis says, I had 5 siblings and we had a ton of fun. That's great. I bet. Aw, you have Sebastian's photo flyer on your Facebook page too, huh? That's great. Aw, I got the one from Town Chat that she did such a nice job, and I put it on mine too, Faye. That's so nice. Oh, you're 48 and a grandmother already? Oh, 31, 30, 25, 3 grandchildren. Oh, 13, 11, and 9. That's great, Bubby. Oh, that's awesome. Yes, every kid got their own birthday, own dinner of choice, whatever they wanted on their special day. And you tried to make it so great for them, right? And special. Yeah, Detroit. I mean, golly. That's what I don't understand about Sebastian's birthday party either. It seems like Katie was really trying to make it special for him and take him someplace that he would enjoy, because he loves games. We know that, right? He loves games of any kind, or most of them, right? But yeah, to do that and to upset him like that, oh, that just makes me mad. Yeah, exactly, Mama Davis. That's the thing too. All the kids coming over to hang out. Yeah. And, you know, that was one thing with, you know, my daughter being the only child and everything, that I always made sure that she could have her friends over. I was a little overprotective. I really didn't like her going too many places, especially when she was little, you know. But as she got older, no, I know you're not. I know you're not, Bubby. She says, no, hell no, I'm not CP. Did you read Five People You Meet in Heaven? Oh, I did read The Five People You Meet in Heaven. Mima, I love Mitch Albom. He is one of my favorite authors. Another one is Tuesdays with Maury is another really great read. And I also saw the movie The Five People You Meet in Heaven with was it John Voight was in it, and he was the maintenance man. Um, yeah, I love those books. Those are so good. There was another one too. What was the other one? I'll think of it. But Mitch Albom, he is a great writer. I know, Robbie. I'm ready to, get my grandma on here soon. After, whenever my daughter's ready. But she's going for her master's now, so I don't think she has any time just yet. But oh man, that's just going to be my glory years, I'm sure. Oh, really, Kiki? That's so great. Kiki says my 22-year-old is about to propose to his girlfriend. Oh, congratulations. That's so cute. Aw, that's wonderful. Around Christmas time? Oh my gosh, I'm going to want to see a picture. He wants a destination wedding in New York. Oh man, where in New York? Like, are they going to go to the Statue of Liberty or like do something like that? Yeah, no, I know. Poor Bubby. KJ Max says CP brought aggression, conflict, and contempt into this child's life, in my opinion. Definitely. Well, and who gets together with somebody and is like, well, you're going to have to get rid of your cats that you love and your child loves. Like, you would think that would be something. But see, it's like the narcissist is just always just trying to get in. And then when they're there, then they start going, well, I can't live like this and I can't do this. Well, you already knew I had 2 cats when I met you. That's kind of like the first date, second date, at least the first week when you're talking to somebody, they kind of get to know you and they know about your animals and stuff. Yeah, Mama Davis. I feel that too. Mama Davis says, every time I turn on YouTube, I always think today's going to be the day they find Sebastian. I mean, I honestly used to, even probably even 6 months in, 7 months in, I'm like, something's got to happen. That was when I was really getting a strong feeling like something's going to happen. The case is going to break, something. Not yet. In my opinion, for the people with common sense, everything is weird. It is, and because it doesn't fit together, right? It just, obviously, it's wrong, Yeah, all these children. I know, Lily and Jack. Oh gosh, Bubby, that's so true. I know I've been from the beginning of all this truth. It's horrible. Truth for me, it's horrible. For Summer, Maddie, all these children now, Lily and Jack doesn't stop. Yeah, and I just saw that Justin was talking about Lily and Jack tonight, and there was something about Malaya coming out and saying something. But yeah, it's just crazy. Oh yeah, Mama Davis or Summer, Harmony, Michael Vaughn. Yes, I did post something, or no, I'm sorry. I wrote on Justin's post about Michael Vaughn because he had an anniversary yesterday, I believe. Jack and Lily, Dior Koontz, Oakley Carlson, so many missing. It's heartbreaking. Yeah, it is. And it's like, where do they all go? That's what's the craziest to me. Town Chat says, hey lady mods in chat, I have an early day tomorrow. I'll see you later. Good night. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Ooh, Edgar Allan Poe. Yes, Kiki. Yes, exactly. The Raven. Yes. Oh gosh, and poetry is a whole nother thing too. I love the Big Bang Theory, Mima. Oh my gosh, if you want me to start cracking up, that is it. That is it. Carla says, I hate movies that don't end. My goodness, my mom was so hilarious with that girl. She thought, I thought she was gonna kill me. Talk about, I thought there was gonna be a homicide. She's like looking at me like, what is this? And I don't know. I forget what like the first movie, you know, what was it, The Fellowship or whatever, and they're like walking into the sunset, and she's like, what in the hell just happened? What did I sit through? And I'm like, we gotta come watch the other ones. And she's like, not a chance. Not a chance, she said. Well, guys, I better get off of here because I've been on here for about 4.5 hours. I just had so much fun with you guys. I really enjoyed talking with you. I think for tomorrow, let's work on the phone situation, the phones. If I find a little bit more in Chris's live, I'll see, because I haven't finished that one up. But, I want to kind of work back on the phones and how maybe this could have, all came together with them using burner phones, the VoIP, I think it's called VoIP, either way, but the different numbers and things like that. I think that is something that we need to look at a little bit more. And I'm trying to think, what else did I have that I was working on? Oh, that's right. Okay, so also the flashlight video that Hindsight had put out, it was like a looped clip. I'm going to probably play that a little bit later in the week once we get closer to kind of the still shots that we've been working up with. And, again, we're going to kind of work through all this, but I definitely need to check X because I've missed a couple of things. So we might go over some of the stuff on X that I can pull in for tomorrow night. But thank you all so much for being here. I will definitely check out. Another thing I wanted to do too is maybe even take the car video, right? Like at the 3 a.m. car, the silver one, it going by. I might even try to slow that up and see if we can't see a little bit more in it. So maybe we'll pull that in. But again, thank you all so much for being here. I love you all so very, very much. And I think Josh just started his live, so definitely go over there and check out Josh. He's so funny. He's so funny. I don't know what he's got planned for the night. I should have asked him while he was in here. So, all right, guys, thank you so much. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night, Mama Davis. Good night.